Good evening, everyone. So one more time. Good evening, everyone. There we go. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education, April 25th, 2024 monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us this evening in person and online. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. Tonight, the administration will be presenting information to keep you up to date on the business of the district and our strategic plan. The interpreters for tonight are Vanessa Pena Ramirez and Marty Ramirez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. The first item on our agenda is a moment of silence. We do have had some violence in our community, unfortunately, and it's impacted young people. So I would love to keep those students, those families, and our community, think about them in this moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. I'm going to pass it over to Senior Executive Director, Sheena Cooper.
Thank you, Chair Umstead. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Moore, DPS colleagues, and Durham community. One of the highlights of our monthly Board of Education meetings is showcasing our outstanding students and educators. Tonight is no different. Our honorees this evening represent elementary, middle, and high school excellence and hail from all corners of our community. Our lineup this evening includes our April Student of the Month, followed by DPS's Science Olympiad and Battle of the Books participants. Not on your précis, but also being recognized this evening are members of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. We will then present our Teacher and Employee of the Month. At this time, please welcome Andrea Ruby, Assistant Principal at C.E. Jordan High School, to present our April Student of the Month.
Good evening, esteemed members of the school board and the DPS community. My name is Andrea Ruby. I serve DPS as an assistant principal at Jordan High School. It is my privilege to stand before you today to introduce our outstanding DPS student of the month, Miguel Antonio Mateo Perez. Antonio was nominated by his ESL Earth Science teacher, Mr. Dale, whose glowing recommendation truly highlights Antonio's exceptional qualities and contributions to our school community. And he is the embodiment of our SOAR values: supporting fellow Falcons, optimizing opportunities, appropriately responding, and respecting the community. Antonio has undoubtedly proven himself to be a star student this year. He consistently demonstrates diligence and commitment to his studies. Antonio's punctuality, preparedness, and enthusiasm for learning are exemplary SOAR values that set him apart from his peers. Beyond excelling academically, Antonio exhibits heartwarming kindness and leadership. His willingness to support fellow Falcons, irrespective of language barriers, reflects his genuine desire to ensure that everyone grasps the content. He adeptly leverages his peers' strengths, ensuring that collective goals are met with efficiency and excellence. As his administrator, I am immensely proud to witness the positive impact Antonio has made within our school community. His contributions enrich our school environment, and I'm eager to see the remarkable endeavors Antonio will undertake beyond high school. He is sure to graduate on time with options. Gracias, Antonio, por ser un estudiante ejemplar de Jordan High School y DPS. Please join me in congratulating Miguel Antonio Mateo Perez in this well-deserved recognition as our DPS Student of the Month.
Congratulations, Antonio. Please step forward. We are so very proud of you, and we are thrilled to acknowledge your accomplishments this evening, and we are certain that your future is very bright. We'd like to present you with a few items tonight to commemorate this occasion. First, you get a Student of the Month certificate. We have for you a DPS Spark Pin. This is presented to people who exemplify the core beliefs of Durham Public Schools. We hope that you wear it proudly. Our friends from Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are prepared for all of your academic endeavors, so they are presenting you with a laptop this evening. And now I'd like to welcome I know that's a big one. At this time, please welcome Chris Rivera, Director of Finance and Operations for the Durham Public Schools Foundation, for a very special presentation to Antonio.
The Durham Public Schools, thank you. I need to stay. The Durham Public Schools Foundation is dedicated to supporting and championing our DPS students, families, and staff. We are proud ongoing sponsors of DPS Teacher of the Year, DPS Building Services, Employee Appreciation, DPS Convocation, and this year, DPS Student of the Month program. DPS Foundation believes that every child deserves well-funded, community-centered public schools rich in materials, human resources, and programming that supports the development of the whole child. We fight for those schools day in and day out in partnership with DPS, and we raise funds to do that work and to distribute it to those efforts. DPSF sees our Students of the Month as examples of our Durham community and what happens when a combination of resources reach students, families, and school staff. We want to support your continued growth, Antonio, and we hope that we'll use this $500 gift card to further your educational passions, whether they be academic, arts, college. I think you're looking at Durham Tech or electric. We are very proud of you in Durham Public Schools. Felicidades.
At this time, please welcome Liz Moffitt, Director of Math and Science, for our Science Olympiad acknowledgements.
Good evening, Superintendent Moore, members of the board. I am very excited to represent our Science Olympiad competitors for the 2024 season. The Durham Regional Science Olympiad Tournament is one of 30 Science Olympiad tournaments in North Carolina this year. With 18,000 students participating in 75 counties, the North Carolina Science Olympiad is the largest Science Olympiad program in the country. These tournaments are rigorous interscholastic competitions that involve different hands-on, interactive, challenging, and inquiry-based events that are well balanced between the various disciplines of biology, earth science, environmental science, chemistry, physics, engineering, and technology. Durham Public Schools hosted 2 regional tournaments this spring. We would first like to acknowledge Dr. Emma Revem and Amanda Bowers, our 2 science curriculum specialists who served as directors of these regional tournaments. They worked very hard to organize and execute these amazing events that serve students from across the Triangle region. Middle and high school teams competed in the Division B and C tournament on February 24th. Students competed against 14 middle and 18 high school teams from the region. One middle school hosted a team, Rogersford Middle School, coached by Andrew Shack. They also allowed students from the School for Creative Studies and Brogdon Middle School to compete with them. Lucas Gomez, a student from School for Creative Studies, won first place in an event called Reach for the Stars. This achievement qualified him for the state tournament, where he placed 8th overall. 6 high school teams also competed, including Middle College High School, coached by Allison Tiengson, Riverside High School, coached by Mackenzie Chestnut, Durham School of the Arts, coached by Kristen Justice, and J.D. Clement Early College High School, coached by Jennifer David. Jordan High School's team, coached by Maddie Evans, featured students Gretchen Poor and J.J. Thornton, who won first place in microbe mission. This victory qualified for them for the state tournament where they placed 4th overall. Hillside High School, coached by Eric Chaplin, competed at the Greensboro tournament on the same day. Elementary school teams competed in the Division A tournament on March 9th. Students competed against 13 elementary schools from the region. EK Poe, coached by Rachel Horton, achieved 5th place overall in that tournament. Teams also participated from Forest View, coached by Zoe Bodner, Lakewood, coached by Heidi Mills and Sophie Hatcher-Peters, and Lions Farm, coached by Samantha Delverne and Megan Lewis. And Coach Megan Lewis from Lions Farm is here tonight to represent her school because they were awarded the Sportsmanship Award that is given to the team that represents the values of sportsmanship throughout the competition events. So these achievements showcase the hard work and dedication of students and coaches across Durham in the field of science, and we congratulate them all on their success and support their continued excellence in future competitions. Have your moment.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to all of our Science Olympiad competitors. At this time, I'd like to welcome Heidi Perez, Secondary Literacy Integration Specialist, for our Battle of the Books recognitions. Lots of student honors this evening.
Good evening, Superintendent Moore, Madam Chair, and members of the board, staff and community members, for sharing this space and time with us. You know, reading can spark empathy, creativity, and passion in all of our learners. The North Carolina Battle of the Books program is a reading engagement effort of the North Carolina School Library Media Association. Students at participating schools read books from a list established by the state Battle of the Books committees, and then compete in quiz bowl style tournaments to test their knowledge of these books. Here in Durham Public Schools, we empower all schools to participate in this literacy enrichment opportunity by providing fees, books, transportation, and district coordination for all elementary, middle, and high schools that choose to participate. Tonight, we celebrate our district Battle of the Books winners. Durham Public Schools Elementary Battle of the Books champions was Southwest Elementary School. They went on to regional competition where they placed first in the Region 3 competition. No one was able to be here from Southwest tonight. The middle school Battle of the Books champion is Githens Middle School. We have the coach and several team members here today, so we'd like to recognize them. That way. The Durham Public Schools High School Battle of the Books champions are Durham School of Arts, and we have their coach here and several of the members. Ms. Kajina.
Thank you, Ms. Perez, and congratulations to our Battle of the Books winners. Next, we have our Superintendent Student Advisory Council presented this evening by Dr. Debbie Pittman, Assistant Superintendent for Specialized Services.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper, and good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Moore. Tonight it is my pleasure to introduce to you this evening the members of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council and to recognize them for their dedication and service this year. These members met quarterly to provide valuable input on issues and to discuss the challenges facing our students and our community. They have served as advisors on a wide range of topics, including the Chromebook distribution and care, wellness days, college and career promise, dual enrollment, the Growing Together initiative, work-based learning, internships, paid internships, and soon will be assisting us with input on the superintendent's search. Our students were forthright, honest, and transparent about what could be done to make Durham Public Schools the best that it can be for every child. We are grateful to each member of this council, which represented all of our high schools throughout our district. If I may, we want to thank our high school principals for recommending such outstanding young people to represent their schools, and their families, parents, caregivers for the support of these meetings, and for raising such outstanding young people. Some of our parents are with us this evening to join us in this celebration and recognition. So we thank our parents. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce each member that were able to be here this evening. Some were not, but we will call each name of the students that are with us this evening by high school alphabetically to walk the red carpet. So at this time, first I'd like to recognize Dean Shazad from City of Madison Academy. And from Early College, Taryn Melvin. From Hillside High School, Tabitha Morant. From Durham School of Technology, Kayla Graves. From Ignite Online Academy, Julia Jackson. From Lakeview was represented, but they were not here this evening. From Jordan High School, Megan Michaels. From Southern High School, On Wind. And from the School for Creative Studies, a face you will recognize, Abigail Hedgepeth.
Our final recognitions tonight are our Teacher and Employee of the Month. Please welcome Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, to the podium.
Good evening, Chairman Umstead, members of the board, Superintendent Moore, and cabinet members. Every month, a teacher and an employee, non-teacher, is nominated for Teacher and Employee of the Month. These individuals exemplify greatness, tenacity, perseverance, and leadership, and they are nominated based on the theme of that month. This evening, we are going to recognize our April Teacher and Employee of the Month. Our Teacher of the Month is sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis program, the Tau Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC. And our Employee of the Month is sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. For our April Teacher and Employee of the Month, the theme is restoration. This is the individual who is skilled at helping others, teachers, staff, students, community, etc., restore their joy, their energy, or their smiles that may have been challenged during a difficult time. This individual is always focused on the good, and his or her energy lights up a room. We're going to recognize our teacher first, then our employee. Our April Teacher of the Month is Amy Nichols. Amy Nichols, third grade teacher from Hillendale Elementary School, is always checking in on people. She willingly supports her team and other grade levels. She always has a smile, and regardless of the issue, Amy always has a positive spin and plans to keep moving forward. I must say, we all need an Amy Nichols in our lives. Coach Lawson and his tennis team did surprise Miss Nichols the other day at Hillendale Elementary School, and I would like for him to have some comments.
Long time no see.
I know.
Good evening, everyone. Yes. And so we would like to thank Principal Bloom also for recognizing Miss Nichols. And yes, the North Carolina Central University men's tennis team did coordinate a surprise for Miss Nichols, and hopefully you enjoyed that visit. Yes. And on behalf of DCL Consulting LLC, would also like to present you with a check just in recognition again of your extraordinary work. So congratulations again.
At this time, she will get a Spark pen along with a Durham Public Schools tumbler and walk the red carpet. We take a picture. All right. Once again, congratulations. Our April Employee of the Month is Michael Stevenson from Oak Grove Elementary School, and he is their restorative practice coordinator. Mr. Stevenson, affectionately known as Coach Mike, is Oak Grove's restorative practice coordinator. Students and family love to see him every day in the carpool line, smiling and lifting the spirits of anyone he comes in contact with. This year, he spearheaded Oak Grove's partnership with the Police Athletic League for soccer, basketball, and cheerleading, which has inevitably boosted the morale of the entire school. We are the elementary school soccer champions and placed second in the basketball championship. He is also the coordinator for our We Are Kings program. Staff and students love to see our Kings every Monday dressed up and helping out in the carpool. He also served on the committee with Dr. and I to help coordinate the first annual We Are Kings and Queens March Madness basketball tournament. Our students and staff showed up and showed out once again with our great morale and cougar spirit as we became the inaugural tournament champions. He proactively checks in with students and staff, facilitates small groups, UFLI intervention instruction on a daily basis, serves as an active member of our PTA, provides duty-free lunch for teachers, is a part of the MTSS leadership team for student support, and is a warm, smiling face that Oak Grove families look forward to seeing every day. Mr. Stevenson lights up a room with his irreplaceable presence and for sure will leave a long-lasting impression. Last but not least, Mr. Stevenson was voted Oak Grove Staff Member of the Year by his peers. Congratulations to Michael Stevenson for being named Durham Public Schools April Employee of the Month. You have your Spark pen and your DPS tumbler. You can just walk the red carpet.
This concludes our celebrations this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and thank you to all the folks who came and all the celebrations. It was excellent. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. I'm going to pass this over to Superintendent Moore.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board and DPS community. I'm delighted to offer an update this evening on the ongoing efforts throughout our district. A contingency of Hillside High School students presented and attended the Mayor's State of the City address on April 9th. Civics literacy and AP government teacher Francis Starn told us that these students won the Civic Action Project, which is required by all civic literacy students at Hillside each semester. Students identify and research a problem facing our community related to gun violence, housing, climate change, education, and criminal justice. Then they develop and propose a solution to fix it. The ideas include installing rain gardens around the city to combat climate change, creating more structures at Hillside to create connections between teachers and students, and revamping Durham's eviction diversion program to help families facing eviction. Congratulations to sophomores Destiny Monroe, Ashanti Bellamy, and Reagan Rhodes. Juniors Karma Livingston, Naya Shands, Dorian Vaughn, and Elijah Slocum on their inspiring work. The Career and Technical Education Department hosted its annual Senior Hiring Fair on April 17th. High school seniors from across the district attended to network and explore various post-secondary options with local employers, entry-level positions, apprenticeship, military options, and training certificate programs. Special thanks to our CTE team for curating experiences like this for our students. Also, thank you to our local business partners for participating and engaging our students and connecting them with employment opportunities. Kudos to the Southern School of Engineering, Energy, and Sustainability trade students who built a tiny house for the district's Hub Farm staff. Trades teachers Ben Rathnow and colleague Christopher Colthart Parr are giving students a first-hand taste of the design and construction process with on-the-job experience. They're also building work desks for the staff to use in the house. This is a unique experience for our students and one that enhances their education and supports their career aspirations. Durham Public Schools was honored to welcome State Representatives Zach Hawkins and Ray Jeffers to Lions Farm Elementary for the second annual North Carolina Bring Your Legislator to School Day. It is always a pleasure to have our state legislators in our school, to see our students and educators in action as they continue the important and necessary work of advocating for our public schools. Also this month, Deputy Superintendent Nicholas King presented an overview of the district work and achievements to the Durham Regional Association of Realtors. About 35 realtors attended the event, and Dr. King fielded a number of questions. We sincerely hope this opportunity expands our realtors' awareness and pride in our district, and that they will serve as ambassadors of our excellent public education services. Tomorrow is Wellness Day in our district. DPS began offering wellness days for students last year based upon feedback from our most important stakeholders, our students. Wellness Day activities are designed to create additional opportunities to enhance the sense of belonging, create additional opportunities to teach and model SEL competencies, increase awareness of available social, emotional, and mental health supports, and to demonstrate care and responsiveness. Tomorrow is also an early release day for students. We are providing several virtual offerings for employees tomorrow afternoon as a part of Wellness Day. Thank you to our Student Support Services Department for their leadership in spearheading this day for our students. Next week, our families will receive an email with a link to complete the district's Family Engagement Survey. We encourage all families to complete the brief survey as it will help our schools plan meaningful engagement for next school year. Spring brings with it a packed agenda as we begin our annual season of celebrations. We will name our 23-24 DPS Teacher of the Year on May 2nd during a special celebration and thank our outgoing Teacher of the Year, Jahara Davis, for her superb representation of the noble profession of teaching and DPS. DPS will salute its retiring employees on May 16th. DPS kicks off graduation season in just a few short weeks. Full details are available on the website, dpsnc.net. This concludes my remarks this evening.
Thank you. So many things happening in our district right now. She went through those remarks. Agenda review and approval is the next item on our agenda. Can you repeat it one more time, Ms. Valladares?
Move approval of the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education monthly meeting minutes from March 21st.
Move approval of the monthly meeting minutes from April 21st, 2024.
From March 21st.
March 21st. Second.
Been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? I think there are a couple adjustments that need to be made to these minutes. So I want to ask if we can maybe move this to our next agenda item, just to catch a couple of typos on these. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. We'll need to. I'm sorry, Ms. Valladares, did you have something to add on that?
I think it's more of a clarification of one of the votes for me.
Mhm.
That's just the last vote, I think.
What I'll do is I'll work with Ms. Smith and we'll revise these and then bring them back. All right. But this motion is on the floor to pass the minutes, so we'll need to vote this down to be able to vote it, to move to the next meeting. All right.
I think you can have a motion to table it to the next meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to table these minutes to the next meeting.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez to table the minutes to the next meeting. It's been seconded by Ms. Valladares. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. All right. So the next item on our agenda is general public comment. All right, a quick review of the rules before we get started. First, please state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in a specified time. We'll ask for 3 minutes tonight. When the yellow light comes on, you have 15 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, and that indicates that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with the speakers. The first speaker is, and I'll call a group of speakers at a time. We have Eva Ermy, Matt Kopak, Ann Von Holly, and Ann Zarila. You can begin.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Good evening. My name is Eva Ermy, and I would like to cede my time to Matt Kopak.
Good evening. Hello, I'm Matt Kopak here representing Durham for DSA. And when we last came before you, we asked you to pause work on the move to the new campus to assess another potential option for remaining and engaging with the community. And I'd like to thank you for meeting with us, for hearing us, for your concerns about cost, about the needs for our elementary schools and staff, for your thoughtfulness across the range of issues facing the district in this decision, and for taking time to assess the improved option for DSA. If necessary, we hope you will still consider pausing the process to give this process enough time. And we also hope there will be an opportunity for community engagement once the budget figures are ironed out. We believe engagement will show that people want to prioritize our elementary schools and that the majority of our teachers, students, staff, and residents love having DSA where it is. But on the assessment, it's not easy to challenge longstanding assumptions, like the idea that remodeling will always be more expensive, but you and the staff did it. Getting down from an initial estimate of $370 million to, at this point, $183 million is a big improvement, And we think that a more detailed analysis will show even lower costs to improve DSA in place. Remodeling is never easy, but keeping DSA in place and saving money can have so many benefits for our school system. As a next step, we ask the staff to keep working towards the apples to apples comparison of costs between the new campus and improving in place. If you look at page 84 in your packet, under the improve option, you'll see that code upgrades and limited suited parking are listed as cons, even though they were included in the budget at $82 million and $13 million respectively within that over $183 million estimate. And for the parking, it'll have 60 more spots than currently that exists on site. Athletic facilities are showed as a pro for new construction, but they aren't included in the high-level $241 million estimate for the new building. And I think it's important to be clear that currently there are no tennis courts planned either way for those who are thinking about tennis courts. I'd say if the athletic fields and other bid alternatives are important to you as a board and staff, it's important that we reckon with those up front and consider that the total cost at this point would be at least $256 million for the new campus, not the $241 million number quoted. In terms of the main building for the improve option, you can always come back to the upper floor later. You don't need it to have the capacity the school needs now, but it can always be renovated for expanded enrollment if that is deemed a priority by this board. This is not pie in the sky. We've consulted school architects, planners, engineers, and builders, many who stand ready to assist if called upon. We believe your decision to take more time to assess the improve option is going to allow DPS to address multiple constituent needs at the same time. And so we thank you for taking time to assess. We hope you will consider the pause if needed. We hope you will perform the community engagement. And we thank you for your continued focus on this and for your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ann Von Holly and Ann Zarilla. Zarilla.
Ann Von Holly, and I cede my time to John Hodges Couple.
So, Ann, you do have to cede your time to the person after you. Yes, I'm sorry.
My name is Ann Von Holly, and I cede my time to
Thank you. So next up, John Hodges Koppel.
Weren't sure whether we'd have 1 minute or 3, so I'm not gonna need all the time that was ceded, I assure you. Thanks. I'm John Hodges Koppel, former DPS parent, current DPS grandparent, and a city planner who cares deeply about making all of our schools great places to learn. I want to thank Superintendent Moore for meeting with us 2 weeks ago. I feel we're starting to make progress on looking at an improved DSA concept. But I think the summary you're going to see later in your agenda does not yet seem to represent an accurate and balanced look at what the concept can do, not only for DSA, but just as importantly for the 2022 bond elementary schools that would have their funding redirected to build a new DSA. So to us, the apples to apples is as much about the elementary schools as it is just the 2 DSA campuses. Remember, the improve option is not just a renovation of some of the spaces at current DSA. It involves new purpose-built construction to allow many inadequate spaces to no longer be used for instruction, and therefore not need to be renovated, at least until later if you want to expand enrollment, which will remain an option. Improving a current site always presents challenges that bulldozing and building on a greenfield site doesn't. But the engineers and architects we have talked with stress that greenfield sites typically involve surprises of their own. We know that improving DSA will be hard, but we believe it can also be better. We feel pretty sure that improving DSA will not cost as much as assumed, nor require a temporary decrease in enrollment, nor take as long as asserted. The design and permitting for the school proper can occur while the parking deck is built. Now, you'll discuss next year's budget later in the meeting. Pausing DSA while advancing the elementary schools can demonstrate to the county commissioners that DPS is looking at hard choices to address county financial constraints in a way that simply seeking more money for the 2022 bond schools cannot. DSA's issues Parking, access, security, building performance, they're solvable and at reasonable cost. Any renovation costs are ones that DPS will incur even if DSA moves. When you reuse the campus, for which no funding exists, it would have to compete with the defunded elementary schools and all your other needs. So please continue to refine and share the details of your assessment, and importantly, actively engage the community so those who prefer to move and those who prefer to improve and fund the elementary schools can all have their voices heard. We would welcome the chance to present at a future work session if you'd be willing, or any other way that can help clarify the costs, the impacts, the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Christy Clem, followed by Latanya Hagins.
Hello, Krista Clem, physical therapist. So thank you for your time. We appreciate you putting the frequently asked questions and the other information on the board on the website, but it is frustrating that came out so late. So between IEPs and seeing kids and trying to drive back and forth to get things done, I feel like we've scrambled to try to look at something to come up with some questions. Anyway, that's here nor there now. But in general, one thing that we appreciate y'all hearing us last week about requesting an EC supplement, but DAE is asking that that be for all people that work with students in the EC department, not just teachers and IAs. So related service providers, therapists, nurses, anyone that's student facing and be included in that. As far as the compensation studies for classified pay and looking at the examples that were given of those different positions, it was hard to look at in terms of it was just random steps. So it was difficult to try to know exactly what that means for employees. And going through it, if I think I understand, if I take the reclassification percentage that's provided and I multiply that times the step I had for last year, that seemed to come up with the amount in the 4 examples that were given. So if I do my background to find it and I did that correctly, then I think I know how to calculate where I should be. But looking at the list that were given, there were 28 we could compare Hill study, what we got in October to now. Some of them we couldn't because the names were different and it didn't match up. But in the 28 we could compare 75% or less than what Hill recommended, by an average of 440 less per month. Some of those going up to $994 less per month for some positions. So if Hill did research, as was said in the proposal, online to get to that, and then personal experience was used to change it, not sure how we're dropping by $1,000 a month in the ones we can look at. That doesn't feel very market-based in this area. Not only we're competing with schools, but we're competing with hospitals and other entities around. That's the nature of it. So we would like that to be considered. Sorry, like I said, I'm scattered. I got here just not too long ago. What else was on there? Looking at the 4 examples that were given in the presentation for the data manager and interpreter and those things, I still don't have a good understanding. I'm out of time, but of when you get to the max. In those examples, it was about 1 percentage point.
Thank you. Thank you, Christy. Thank you. Latanya Higgins is next.
Good evening, everybody. I am representing myself and my daughter, who attends Northern High School. She is in 9th grade. I have sent a detailed email to everyone sitting here. I was not aware of the rules of this evening. I had something prepared, but I'm having to revise that entire dialogue while I was sitting there. But I would urge you all to please read what I have sent you. Thank you, Natalie Byers, for responding swiftly. That did give my family and my daughter some ease at this time. But I'm just gonna read what I wrote quickly. The issue that I would like to speak of right now is racism in the sports teams, in Durham Public Schools, and the way that these incidents should be handled by coaches and athletic directors. My personal experience recently is that it is not taken seriously, and great harm, physical and emotional, can and has taken place. Most recently at my child's school, Northern High School, where my daughter plays softball. As a DPS parent, I am not confident and feel failed by my child's school, coaches, and principals to protect against racist attacks and bigotry. My daughter is an exceptional student athlete, but as I explained, she is a student first. All of these athletes should be reminded, and the coaches really need to be reminded that these are young women, young children, and one day they will be out in this world and be representing all of us. The focus should never be a trophy, a championship, not allowing children to express themselves and quieting them in order to win a game or in order to keep silence. I just really want to say that I am extremely hurt and bothered by the way this was handled for my daughter and for her one teammate who spoke up against this hate speech towards my daughter, and she was also threatened. Her teammate and her mother were both threatened when her daughter spoke up against this, about what was said to my daughter. This situation is out of hand. It was out of hand. My daughter is suspended and taken off of the team for her part in the physical situation that happened afterward, but this all could have been prevented. And I please urge you to take my email seriously, to reach out to the other parent, and to figure out exactly what happened wrong here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comment. The next item on our agenda is the consent items. Before we move on, though, I do want to just make sure a member of the administration can follow up with Ms. Hagens on those concerns. Okay, I see a head nod, so that means yes. All right, so we have our consent items, which are next. There are multiple items listed here that the board members have had an opportunity to review in advance. Board members?
Move approval of the consent agenda items A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education Legislative Agenda. We did have an opportunity to send a draft out and talk about a draft in our work session and wanted to bring it back. Made a few edits based on conversations with the Durham delegation, but wanted to bring it back to make sure everyone had an opportunity to review. I apologize, it's not in board docs. Well, maybe we need to move this item to the next agenda, to the next meeting then. I apologize. It's all right. So we'll have the table, I'll take a motion to move this into our next meeting.
The Durham legislative agenda to the next meeting.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Chavez, that we move this agenda item to our May 9th, I believe, work session. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. All right, our next item will be at Operational Services, New Durham School of the Arts Project. I'm gonna pass it over to Ms. Moore.
As Mr. Fred Davis makes his way to the podium, and he may say some of this, I apologize if I'm saying it for you. The item this evening is an action item that he'll talk about as a part of his presentation, but because of the community input and the other folks that have been emailing and advocating, we thought it was important to provide the board with an update with some numbers and additional information, or reframed as needed as a part of the context as we move forward with this other piece that is requiring action this evening for some demolition and abatement at the new DSA site, which would have to happen anyway. So I'll turn it over to Fred.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Good evening, board members, cabinet staff. As Ms. Moore indicated, we're here today to approve the GMPA, which is for demolition and abatement on the new DSA site. Just for context, the demolition, there are 4 buildings on the current site which will be demoed and abated. They will future housed by Durham Medical for testing. And so we want to make sure that once we start the groundbreaking and foundations, there's no hazardous materials found on that site. So that's the purpose of this first GMPA. One thing that we discussed in the subcommittee meeting is that due to the work of Kate Services and Balfour Beatty, Monteith, and Wright Build, we've been able to save approximately $200,000 in what we estimated for this first GMP going forward. And that is because of the time that we've taken to start this project early, get subcontractors in to understand the scopes of this work. Kudos to them to saving us money. We believe as we continue this process of the new construction, we will be able to save significant amount of money that those funds could be misappropriated to other projects within the bond. So just want to make sure we state that. And so at the end of this presentation, there will be an action item for approval of the total amount of GMP, which is $325,819. Next slide, please. So how did we get here? Again, as Ms. Moore said, we want to just reacquaint everyone, those who may be new to this process or just to reaffirm where we are in the project. Next slide, please. So in 2019, the district set out to make sure how our schools were being maintained. And we did a 2019 facility conditions assessment. That assessment ranks all of our buildings based on their adequacy, their life expectancy of the built environment, both internal and external. And from there, a priority ranking is set. I want to make sure and clear that the priority ranking has been established based on whether or not it needs to be replaced, renewed, or demoed. And so DSA was at the highest ranking, not based on who went to that school, but the conditions of the school and the age of the school. And so that's what made up that priority order. It is in the board's discretion if they wish to change that priority at any time, but the current priority order is set by the current conditions of our 6 million building portfolio. So I just want to make sure that is clear. And so from that, we've established where we wanted to use county funding to help our building portfolio. In 2021, we went through a third party. At the time, we had set for a renovated DSA to cost around $133 million. However, with administration and Superintendent Mabenga, we wanted to look at how we could stay within our strategic plan and increasing capacity, and that could be done on a new greenfield site. And so the new DSA will increase our capacity, which is in line with our strategic priority goal 5. And in January of 2022, we went through a public process that did a qualifications for our design team of Brian Atkins and Perkins and Will. We also selected a construction manager at risk early on in the project to give you benefits of why bringing on a contractor could save us on money and in time. In March of 2022, we did that selection, and then we began the process from June of 2022 through November 2023 with numerous meetings with stakeholders, those who lived in the surrounding area of the new site, as well as administration, lead department heads, athletics, core curriculum, all providing input that brought us to where we are now, where we are about 60% in construction documents. And then in December of 2023, the board approved us to move further into the design process, which is called construction documents, which allows us to refine the design, make sure it's constructible, make sure that we can save where we can and value engineer where possible. Next slide, please. So here's where we are. In May, we will start with site demolition, which is before you today. In June, we'll bring back an early site package, which is more detailed, making sure we start mass grading of trees and any other elements that are on the site currently. And in July, we'll bring the total building package so that we can start October with the groundbreaking. Next slide, please. So as Ms. Moore stated, we did want to take a brief moment to further develop an understanding of how we got here. Again, we did show on previous iterations a cost of $133 million. But once the board approved us to move to a new construction, the numbers for the new construction in comparison to old numbers of 2020 seemed to be almost of $100 million. And so we acknowledged that we did not provide enough information. And so we went back to see how much would a renovative option be at this current state. As you may be aware, we're in a very inflated cost on all things. And so we wanted to see what 133 would actually be in this day and age. And just to piggyback, at the time it was 133 for renovation, it was around 180, 190 for new construction. So it's never been whether or not new construction was cheaper than renovation. It was that the program needs of DSA and the capacity needs far way greater than staying on the current site. However, we did look at some pros and cons, admonishing that this is a historic site. It is a very rich community, and we think that is a positive. So much so that we plan to continue that community feel with additional services as well as innovative programs at a later date for DPS. But with a new construction, you would get true state-of-the-art facilities, true education-suitable programming, again, a new concert hall, adequate spaces. Many of you may have walked through the halls of DSA. There are spaces that are not suitable based on state standards and based on a arts curriculum, which is the purpose of Durham School of the Arts. Next slide, please. So we've gone through a couple of iterations, a couple of costs by our contractor, which is licensed in the state of North Carolina, and our architect, which is licensed in the state of North Carolina, to put true numbers to what we believe a modified new construction would be. Now, I will say that in dialogues with communities, some of the costs that you see on this board may or may not be absolved with funding from the county. However, we have not had a conversation with the county on whether or not they would provide us additional funding for those items that you see here. And so just quickly going through a parking debt on the site, around 12 million. The link of the building, as you see, all of these numbers as a total of $183 million. Currently, right now, the budget that we have set forth for the new construction is around 198. The 241 is total construction costs, right? So when you have a new construction versus renovation, you have other things like FF&E. So you have furniture, equipment. Those are things that you would not necessarily get in a renovated. You would use the same furniture that you currently have. And so that is a cost saving measure. However, with new design and new spaces comes new adequate furniture. And so we believe that those costs will be beneficial to the total project. Just keeping in line with the total project, renovated, new, you see that there's a difference in a delta around $10 million. But that $10 million will be spread over the next 6 to 7 years. Next slide, please. And so we know working on projects here, the timelines that we've had historically, site design, lay down areas. Keep in mind that the option of renovating or staying put would require us to, one, reduce the capacity. We currently have over 1,800 students. If you can imagine spending 183 million, you would need to find places for these students. And since the district currently doesn't have the swing space necessary for these students, we would have to reduce the capacity in order to maintain safety and the timing of this project. Next slide, please. And so with that, I'll take any questions that you may have regarding what's before you today. Again, we are here seeking approval for the demolition and abatement for a total of $325,819. Thank you.
And if I could just provide one footnote that Mr. Davis did mention, the numbers for the cost of renovating the existing DSA, we did obtain through contracting with our third-party consultants, so that we would sort of have that third-party look at what that cost is.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Board members, questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Davis, for that presentation.
Hello.
Ms. Chavez?
All right, thank you for this presentation and moving us forward. I did share a couple of questions with you today that you've already answered, but I'd like you to share a little bit more for the public. One about about transportation, which I have asked you, or buses, which I've asked you about before, but just to get a little bit more detail, there is conversation that we would not be able to have any kind of change to the bus plans till 2040. So I'd like you to just speak on that, about the how we might if we would be able to get bus access, even though it is a small percentage of our students at DSA currently who use the bus from the data that you all presented us last time. Yeah, if you could just speak to that.
And can you, Ms. Chavez, when you say bus, what kind
So
of?
sorry, the school bus, not the city bus access. Our school buses will go to DSA. Yeah.
So briefly, that 2040 plan is set out by development. And so, as stated in the email, I'm sure that we could work with the city and county data service once that development happens to understand the number of trips and the need that is provided to move that priority list up faster. So as we are making improvements to the road with the new site, we would then be in dialogue with the city and county transportation department, as we did with Northern High School, installing a bus stop in close proximity to that school.
Thank you. That's good to know that we have that flexibility regardless of the, or we don't ourselves exactly, but in collaboration, that flexibility is achievable. And then the other thing, was, what it would cost to renovate DSA, the current building. If we do move forward with the new building, but we need to use the existing building, can't let it just sit there. It would need to be renovated somehow for a new purpose. So could you speak a little bit to how we would address that?
We've placed in our 10-year CIP a rough order of magnitude around $10 to $12 million. That's currently in our CIP. It has not been determined what the purpose will be, and therefore it's not been determined how much of that $10 to $12 million will be needed and at what time.
I think the answer here is that I've heard all these ideas that have been floated around about what could be done with the existing DSA once students are out and there's an ability to go in. And innovative school programming, a partnership with a community stakeholder group that could use the space, needed space for administrative type needs in the district. I think we're housing some people out at the Old Northern right now because there's not enough space. So there's a couple of other innovative programs in the district that need a home. So I think there's a number of things that have been put out there. And I think really the 10 to 12 million that's projected in the 10-year plan could go up or down depending on, I would say more likely up, depending on what you choose to do out there. Because in particular, if you were going to put students there, you would have to make changes that make the spaces suitable for students. So, but those decisions are before us. And I do understand, I think it creates some anxiety for people in the community to not have those defined sort of options already in place. I do believe that the board has already determined that we're moving forward with the new DSA site. That's where your vote currently is. And that's why you continue to see things being brought before you for it. Barring a change in that, it actually does then free up staff to be more intentional and deliberate about bringing forth options for what you would do at the existing DSA site moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And those are all my questions. I just wanted to say this has been something that we've had a lot of conversation about over the last few months. We've had lots of people advocating, and it's really, as someone who didn't originally vote on the choice to move DSA, I had to kind of study the options in a different way to look at where I landed on the decisions that we're making now. And for me, I think that with the cost comparisons, knowing that it does cost more to move, but it's also not substantially more than it would cost to renovate. I still think it makes sense to move forward. I'm also concerned with the length of time that it would that it would take to renovate, and our students have to be relocated or adjust or like kind of moved around, like you were saying. And I'm concerned with the conditions of the current school, and also knowing that renovation costs are going up for the elementary schools as well. So it's been something that we've given a lot of consideration, but thank you for all the information that you've provided us. I am ready to move forward with this action item. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Chavez. Other board members? Ms. Rogers?
Go ahead, never mind.
I do want to say thank y'all for doing the work. I was on the board when we made this original decision and thought the consultant came and did a presentation. We were able to compare, on campus or move students off campus and renovate, and then a brand new site. And I remember feeling like, I don't want the school to move. But when we looked at all the different options, the ability to not have to have students in construction zone to try to figure out swing space. And then I think about what's offered in the new building that cannot actually fit on the current site. Like there are some opportunities that students will have that will have better art spaces that we couldn't configure in the current site. I think the idea DSA has a wait list every year, so the opportunity to have additional seats at that school is something that's a plus for me. And I do, I believe that we will put the resources that we need to make sure students can get to different arts programs if they have to get on an activity bus or get down to downtown Durham. I think that's going to be, we can make that work. And so I know this is a shift and this is a change. We don't know yet what will happen in the old site. I think the question around the elementary schools is still one that we need to figure out. And I think in working in collaboration with our county, we can do that. As costs of renovation have gone up for Durham School of the Arts, I also bet the cost of renovation for some of the elementary schools has also gone up. And so we might need to revisit that conversation anyway. So those are some of the reasons why I want to support this. And we've also heard from students and from families who said, we are ready to move to a new site. We are excited about what can be offered there. And I think that we're going to see something that's going to be state of the art. I'm gonna ask one more question. I didn't send this to you in advance, but I know you all have been working on HVAC systems in the current site. And it's been issues this week. It's taken time to fix those. Can you just describe like why it takes some time to fix HVAC at Durham School of the Arts based on that kind of current state of the building? We've had emergency meetings where we had to approve money to work on the system there. But that'd be helpful if you could just talk a little bit about that.
Yes, so the T building, which we experienced a loss of power due to a recent storm, was designed and constructed in 2008. And unfortunately, whether, that's relatively new in our portfolio. However, adequate preventative maintenance over the course of the last couple of years from our predecessors did not ensure that we could quickly respond to an event such as this. We know that a new building with adequate preventive maintenance would alleviate some of those timetables that we experience. And honestly, a 2-week turnaround, believe it or not, is pretty quickly in a public institution when there are checks and balances that we have in place, as well as getting material is still a delay in this current construction market. And so with the caveat of just poor maintenance over the years, as well as just the current construction and maintenance market that we're in, is the reason why it took roughly around 10 business days to get that school back up and running. But we're excited that it is cooling very appropriately now. We had an email from the teacher and the principal saying thank you for kudos to our building services team for responding as quickly as possible.
I'm going to go down a rabbit hole here for just a minute. It's not specific to DSA, but to the age of our school buildings. We are, I believe since I've been here, sourced parts from old schools in other counties and expedited those parts here because those systems don't exist in places where you can actually get replacement parts and signing things to get it done. So that is a common thing. And I think that there are a lot of needs that we need to pay attention to as we move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Any other conversation, board members, or a motion to approve this? Ms. Valladares, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to acknowledge the conversations that have been happening in community, and some of them a little more formalized with advocacy around DSA, and some of them just a little more diffuse in terms of people who have attended DSA in the past or currently attend DSA or at some point would like to attend DSA. So it's very broad. And I just want to situate this conversation contextually between the folks who have been a part of DSA, the folks who are currently now at DSA, and the folks who in the future will be a part of that school community. And this decision that we're making tonight is having an impact on all three, but mostly the current and future class of DSA. And so I just want us to think about the future students that we have and their ability to be a part of a school community that centers the arts and science, because that's what we've done with Growing Together, and also has an adequate space to learn. Now, as I say that, I'm also understanding that a lot of the advocacy around DSA has also been about the changes that are happening in Durham at such a fast pace, and gentrification and all these forces that make downtown such a bastion of wealth and kind of take the spirit out of, child's laughters and all that. I really appreciate these sentiments being shared with me. A concern that in the future, that space is going to become developed. It's going to become part of development. And I think that those conversations, those points are all valid. And I think that we as a community need to make sure that Durham Public Schools, sites, buildings continue to be places of learning or places conducive to education and never fall into the forces of it is prime property in downtown and being downtown the way it looks and the way it continues to look. It's becoming part of the bastion of developments that are happening all over Durham. So I think that all those points are super important, and I appreciate folks bringing that to us. Now, I appreciate also our Superintendent Moore saying that we have in 2021, maybe, might have been 2021 that we did the vote to actually build a new DSA. So that vote has already been done to build a new site. Now, the vote today will bind that new school to the homestead location, I mean, pretty much it's mentioning Duke Homestead Road site with Montieth Construction. So the way it reads is new Durham School of the Arts project at Duke Homestead Road site with Montieth Construction, Bafford, BD joint venture in association with the Right Build International. So that vote does make that connection, as some advocates have said, that, you know, we said a new school, but we didn't say where. That question about where doesn't look like there's any other property available. We've had this property for over a decade. And so I just wanted to highlight and thank folks for bringing these concerns. I think that ultimately we understand it's a 100-year-old building, and we commend the 100th class of Durham High School that is celebrating their 100th celebration, and will do so in the current building in the cafeteria of Durham School of the Arts. And so I sit with all of that to say that this decision and this vote, I'm taking all of that into account. I'm taking all the advocacy and all the conversations. And I'm also thinking about the past, current, and future students that are going to be able to enjoy learning in a school.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Any other comments or a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer a motion to approve the demolition and abatement project for the new Durham School of Arts with Monteith Construction Balfour BD joint venture in association with Right Build International.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. The next item on our agenda is the Comptroller update.
Board Chair, I do believe that the Comptroller, Mr. Crutchfield, is joining us virtually. So he should be, presentation is popping up. Hopefully I'll hear his voice soon. Mr. Crutchfield, let us know when you are there. Make sure you're unmuted. Texted him a few minutes ago. Just texted him again. Not letting him unmute, he says. I don't know. I ain't doing it for him.
IT will work on it back there. I see them doing some things behind the screen. Thank you to the public for waiting as we navigate these IT challenges.
He has to unmute.
Madam Chair, can we take a recess?
Yeah, that's it. So let's take a 10-minute recess while we work on this. Thank you all.
Testing. Okay, try it now. Say something now, Carrie.
So how are you doing tonight?
It's a little bit of a feedback, but I would.
Little feedback, yeah.
Okay, so can you mute your computer, like, so you're not hearing that?
I can turn the volume down and I
Okay,
think I
that
can
works.
talk.
That works. Okay, so. All right, say testing for me.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Okay, Mr. Crutchfield, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
All right, we're back from our recess. Gonna put together some text and make this work. I'm gonna pass it over to Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Chair Umstead. The Comptroller, Kerry Crutchfield, is back this evening. He's going to provide an update and additional information on the classified salary schedules that he has worked on. He has provided the actual schedules. I think at this point, I'm gonna let him go through his presentation. I know there's a number of questions based on what he presented last time and what he's presented this time, and some of the outstanding questions that staff have that we'll be able to, I think, work through and then determine next steps. Let me turn it over to Mr. Crutchfield. Go ahead, Carrie.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Moore. I hope you can hear me now.
We can.
Okay, very good. If I could see the presentation. Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to go over 4 topics that you talked about at your March meeting and give you some updates. Those 4 topics are comparisons to my recommended ranges for DPS, revised recommended range maximums, implementation examples, and next steps. So next slide, comparisons. The HIL study did an excellent job of researching pay ranges of various local and regional entities to develop their recommended market rate pay ranges. I have not tried to duplicate any of those efforts. I have analyzed what they have recommended as their ranges, and I've used those ranges for the most part, only making a few tweaks when my experience indicated that might be needed. So next slide. But since the March meeting, I did compare my recommended ranges for various comparable job categories to those of Wake County Public School System. I think that they are one of, if not the primary competitor for your employees. Also, their cost of living is very similar, I think, to Durham County. And like I said, since HIL did study lots of or did research on lots of market-based pay in the area, it didn't surprise me when the range minimums for the vast majority of the comparable job categories were not far off from the recommended ones for Durham Public Schools. They ranged from 4% lower than DPS to 4% higher than DPS. There were just a couple of outliers, one far less than DPS and one far more than DPS. That did not make sense to me, and the Wake County ranges definitely were not best practices for those 2 job categories, so I did ignore those. The Wake County Public School System range maximums also ranged from 40% to 45% higher than the minimums. And if you will recall, my original recommendation for DPS was 40%. 40 to 50% ranges are best practices in most cases these days. So I was pleased to see that Wake County was in that range as well. Next slide, please. the two categories that were that DPS was lower, or the 4% or slightly more than 4% lower than Wake County, were instructional assistants and EC assistants. And those are two categories that I was a little concerned about also in terms of the HIL rankings. So I am revising my recommendations for those two job categories, moving them each up one pay classification. Next slide, please. I reviewed, in terms of revised range maximums, I did get a copy of your current pay rates as of the March payroll, and I reviewed all current pay compared to my original maximums. In the lower pay classifications, due to the previous range compression, no current pay was even close to exceeding my recommended maximums. In the higher pay classifications, however, a few very experienced employees' pay would exceed the originally proposed range maximums in some of those pay classifications. Next slide, please. Again, based on the review of Wake County Public Schools and the review of the pay that's currently being provided to Durham Public Schools employees, I have revised all pay range maximums to be at least 45% above the range minimums, which allows most of your experienced employees to fit easily within the ranges. In a few cases, I did have to expand the range maximums in my recommendation to as much as 50% higher than the minimums. And then in two cases, I had to expand the range maximum in my recommendation to 55% higher than the range minimum. So that's what I've done. The majority of the range maximums in my proposal now are 45% above the minimums. There are 5 or 6 of the pay ranges that are between 45 and 50% higher than the maximums, than the minimums. And in 2 of the pay categories, the range maximum is 55% higher than the range minimums. There is one other outlier. You do have 2 employees that were paid as much as 80% above the range minimum. They have more than 40 years of experience each. At this point, I would recommend freezing their pay instead of trying to put the maximums up as high as 80% above the minimums, which would not be a best practice. Next slide, please. So my recommended implementation for all employees in each new pay grade is the higher of their March 2024 pay, which is 2022-23 pay plus 11%, or their 2022-23 pay plus the new pay grade reclassification percentage. And in the following slides, I've given you 2 examples where the 11% is the greater of the 2, and I've given you 2 examples where the reclassification percentage is the greater of the 2. The first example, instructional assistant, 2022-23 grade 56 IA, step 2. The 2022-23 pay was $2,702.70 per month. March 2024 is 11% higher than that, $3,000 even. Using the 7.41% reclass percentage for the new recommended pay range for instructional assistants, that amount would be $2,902.97 per month. Therefore, the $3,000 is the higher of the 2 before any legislated increase. Next slide, please. Data manager. This is an elementary school data manager. And I am, by the way, using real examples in these examples. I'm not identifying people, but I am using real employees. An elementary data manager, 2022-23, grade 59, step 32. This is a very experienced person. Their 2022-23 pay was $3,939.50 per month. Their March 2024 pay is $4,372.85 per month, which is 11% higher. Their reclass percentage for the new pay grade for the grade 59 data managers is 8.03%. When that's added to the 2022-23 pay, the monthly amount goes to $4,255.84. Again, the 11% March 2024 pay is higher, so the recommendation would be the $4,372.85 per month before any legislated increase. Next example is an interpreter, 2022-23, grade 64, step 38. Again, a very experienced employee. $4,795.40 per month pay in 22-23. The 11% added to that for March of 2024 is $5,322.89. This pay grouping has actually the highest reclass percentage of any of the pay groupings of 18.31%. Added to the 2022-23 pay rate would yield $5,673.44 per month, which is much higher than the 11% pay. So that would be the recommendation before any legislated increase, but assuming that funding is obtained to be able to cover the additional increases. And the final example, an IT technician, 2022-23, grade 67, step 12, $3,939.50 per month pay in 2022-23. The March 2024 pay of $4,372.85 is the 11% add. The 15.55% reclass percentage for that pay grouping would yield a monthly pay of $4,552.09. That is higher than the March 2024 pay and would be my recommendation before any legislated increase, and again, assuming that funding is obtained to cover the additional increases. Next slide, please. Several next steps I'm thinking about. One, you could go ahead and approve pay ranges in concept at this meeting or a subsequent meeting before the end of the year. Or you could wait until the funding level is known, make any necessary adjustments, which I would be glad to help you with, and then do final approval of the pay ranges and an implementation plan. Next slide, please. In the meantime, I plan to, in collaboration with the DPS staff, help them prepare individualized 2024-25 projected salary intent forms for all classified employees. The final salary intent forms would be sent to all classified employees based on the board's final approval of the 2024-25 salary schedules. I'm also planning to provide, no later than May 2nd, a draft of a salary administration policy and procedures to be reviewed by staff and legal for board consideration. And just a footnote on that, I will have that done much earlier than May 2nd. I have worked on it some since I did this presentation, and I should have it ready by early next week. And then the staff definitely needs to continue to do some internal reviews of and decisions on some specific historical pay practices. Every district I've ever worked with has had a lot of history behind ways that some employees are paid, and DPS is no exception. They have some things that probably need to be corrected. They have some things that need to be reviewed and maybe revised, but that's a process that we'll be looking at individual employee pay. Next slide. Okay, that's it. So I'm sure there are questions.
I think I just want to take a moment to explain what we're looking at and what the attachments are as well. The ranges that Mr. Crutchfield is proposing is the minimum that a position would earn and the maximum that a position would earn. And he, as he has stated, the differential between those minimums and maximums is now 45% for most, between 45 and 50 for some, and there were a couple that were 55% in terms of the minimum to the maximum. It does not, the schedules that he has provided for every job classification do not show, for example, what a person is paid in year 10 or what a person is paid in year 15 or what a person is paid in year 25. But that's something that you can create from within the mins and the maximums to determine where you will place employees. And I believe in Mr. Crutchfield's estimation that the exercise to divide into 30 steps or so the ranges minimums to maximums is for the purpose of where you place employees. And then parallel to that discussion, and Carrie, please correct me if this is not correct, parallel to that discussion, and this could be part of a salary administration policy, the board would need to determine what do you want to do every year after that. This board has historically provided a step increase for all employees when they went from one year to the next, and it was sort of built into the salary schedule. Those steps were there. When you create the steps to do this schedule, you could continue to follow those if you wanted to. That would be in practice with what you've done before. You could choose to use those steps as you create them to place employees and then determine a different way that the board may want to contemplate raises every year for employees. It's a little bit 6 of one, half dozen of the other, because either way, what you have to do is determine, do we want to either through the way that we create the schedules and the policy, say we will do these raises every year, or do you want to do it through board action every year as a part of the budget development process? And in both cases, either case, staff would need to determine what the cost is of implementing that from one year to the next. And is there a need to ask for additional dollars to fund that? I think in the past, you have not seen on a yearly basis a request for additional funds to pay the steps that employees were being granted. And I believe that it's been managed through attrition, retirees, people leaving, younger staff, that sort of thing. And it may actually have been costing the district more year over year, some years maybe, some years not, and it was sort of just absorbed into the budget. I think as a best practice, it is better to calculate what you believe to be the cost of every single person staying with DPS for another year and determining whether or not that is an amount that needs to be asked for. And you may find after a few years that you see a cadence to what that looks like and you can make decisions a little bit differently. But I think at least to begin with, you must calculate it and determine whether or not funds are available, regardless of whether you do it within a policy that says you're paying everybody as they move up each year and is within your policy, or if you do it as a part of the budget development process every year. Either way, it'll be part of the budget development process. But if you do it, some years, if you put it in policy, you may say it's more like a 1% every year or 0.8 or something like that it's been. Or you could say that it's going to be 1% that we do every year and just do it as a part of your, either way, you have to do it as part of the budget development process if you're going to ask for the funds. And I think that part of the reason that it is evolved to the practice of not using steps in most counties in North Carolina is really the history of a lack of legislative pay increases and an inability of districts to move on pay raises locally. The recent $15 an hour that was done by the state for everybody as a minimum, and all the compression that that caused in districts. Because in a year that might be a tight budget year where the board might see we cannot honor this step, you create a lot of ill will and you are smacked right back in salary compression again because you're freezing people. So, Mr. Crutchfield, did all that make sense to you?
Yes, I just want to point out that at the last meeting, I said that my recommendation would be not to have steps within the ranges.
That's right.
Because it locks the board in for several reasons, but for one, it locks the board into a certain amount each year. And I definitely would prefer that your policy say that your intent is to provide an experience increase every year, subject to funds available. And then you can determine what rate. And you can always implement new hires by percentage above the range minimum. And you can always implement standard pay increases as a percentage above current pay, which I think is simpler and easier and much easier to manage.
I think it also speaks to those years where there may be an opportunity to do more than what you've put in your steps than what you've proposed, and then of course the years where maybe you can't, depending on how you're going back and forth. So, but that's I'm hoping that between the two of us, we're explaining what it looks like.
Ms. Moore, before we open up to discussion and Superintendent Moore, can you explain a little bit about the relationship of this to our budget, to October and the state budget?
Yeah. So, and I'm gonna assume that this question is related to the folks who are emailing and saying, when am I gonna know how much I'm gonna be paid next year? A completely legitimate question, and one in particular because of the past year that is important for people to really understand. The budget development process, the $8.8 million that we are requesting of the commissioners, well, we're requesting 26 million as of right now of the commissioners. That may change in the next discussion. But in that proposed budget request, 8.8 million is towards implementing raises for this classified salary schedule. The short answer when somebody wants to know is, how do I know what I'm going to be paid next year? Well, on July 1, it is technically the same as what you're getting paid right now, because that's what it is every year. Every year, salaries don't change until October, November, and then you're retroed to July 1. And the reason for that is the cadence of how the commissioners finalize their budget, which is much sooner than the legislature finalizing their budget. The legislature's just now going back into short session Wednesday. Next Wednesday? This past Wednesday, okay. Yeah. So you cannot finalize salary schedules until you know what the legislature has done. So, and when the legislature, and I'm hearing that the legislature might increase the raises that they proposed in the biennial budget, which is a great thing, except there that it makes our local budget ask higher, right? Or the local funds that are needed will be higher because it'll be more than what we've projected, because we've projected based on what they've already approved. But that's a great problem to have. Those problems you want to figure out. And they may pass laws that have fiscal impact as well. So we need to wait until the legislature is done, and then we know what the commissioners will have given us, where they stand by the middle to end of June. We'll see when the legislature finishes. As soon as the legislature is finished, then staff have to get to work figuring out, based on what the county has given us, based on what the legislature has done, where are we? What's the recommendation? What do we keep? What do we go? Do we add more? Do we have to pull something back? And the final decision on what those salary schedules look like is made by the board. And it is usually in September or October in a good year, December or January in a bad year. And then the pay would be retro to July 1. That is the normal cadence. So the short answer to what does my paycheck look like for next year is we know for sure that it'll be what it is right now, beginning July 1. But the 3% that the legislature has already said they're going to give you, we will not implement until we know for sure that it's not more or changed in some way, shape, or form. And so when those salary schedules are adopted by the board, hopefully in early fall, all pay will be retro to July 1, as it always is, and that is a normal cadence that will follow every year.
I think one thing that's important just to highlight from that is these are all proposals pending the requests from the county and what we receive from them, pending what legislation happens and what we make that decision in the fall. So just to kind of put the context for that decision. Ms. Byer, I see your hand.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Crutchfield, for bringing this quickly. I'm having some deja vu all over again. So how can we be reassured that the 8.8 million that we're going to ask for and we're going to receive from the commissioners will be enough to fully fund these overdue raises for staff? That between you and Ms. Ochijo and Superintendent Moore, like, I know y'all have modeled and remodeled, but I would love some assurance that that's enough money to get everybody taken care of.
I think what I would say is it's enough funding based on the current models and current employees that we have. If there's a shift in those employees, if they get older, if they get younger, then there's a shift in the amount. But I believe it is in a range that definitely allows us to move forward with the current staffing that we have in place, based on what this proposal is. And again, if there were changes that drove it higher, we would know that before the board adopted salary schedules for next year. I believe that may have been part of the miscommunication and the modeling that didn't work this past year. And I appreciate you asking that question. I do believe there was some sense that there might have been needs for additional funds, and there was work to try to identify those funds, but it did not all happen in the same time. And I think that what this board would demand and would need to know is, before you adopt those salary schedules next year, to have those assurances that the funds that are identified are sufficient. At this time, we believe that they are, based on the stuff that Mr. Crutchfield has looked at and Mr. Gijo has looked at and we have reviewed.
As a follow-up to that, is that even with the shifts and changes that we saw here?
Mr. Crutchfield, we do believe that even with the shifts and changes, it should work, right? Because those are
Yes,
just maximums that
in
we're tweaking.
typical years, you're actually going to have some salary slippage when more experienced employees resign or retire and lesser experienced employees are hired. With this implementation, it could be even more pronounced that the new hires will be coming in at a lower pay than the employees they're replacing.
So, and we don't want that, frankly. We don't want the salary slippage, and we don't want to lose our folks. Are we, depending on our decision, our discussion tonight, are we at the point, though, that we could get those letters to folks, those individual letters, so that they could see what to expect, and maybe even say, if we get the 8.8, this would be a 1-year plan, and even go ahead and give them a number if it had to be a 2-year plan? I mean, have y'all thought those things through as far as getting folks the information as individualized?
Yeah. So I think if the board approves in concept, it does not have to be a formal approval this evening, but approves in concept of the minimums and the maximums for the sake of moving forward with creating these salary forms, staff can do that. And that's what we're prepared to do. And we are hoping that the board will say, use the mins and maxes. You're not locking into these mins and maxes, but use the mins and maxes to create those salary projection forms. Then we can do that. You know, assuming that the entire 8.8 million is available, that would be probably the far right amount in an employee's projection statement. If you were to divide it into two parts, if you wanted to make it a 2-year sort of thing, if that's where the board landed, I think we could possibly put that as an additional column or ask folks to divide whatever the difference is between what their salary is now and what we're proposing. That difference would be half, or if we show the raise amount, maybe they would, they could half that, but I think there would be ways to calculate that.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that in a 2-year thing. I want to go, and I know this board wants to get whatever folks need. But I just wondered if that information would be possible, because I saw that answer in the FAQs as well.
Yes, Ms. Lewis.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where you ended when you said it's possible. What I'm thinking is if we were not to get the whole amount of what we're asking for, could we go ahead and put that step in there so that people could see what it would be in a 2-year increment if we were to get 4 million instead of 8 million?
I feel like those things are possible. My question would be, is it more confusing to staff? And I don't have an answer to that, but there's here, you could have this or this or this pending a decision that we don't know about and won't know about till October. Considering where we've been in this last year, I think that's a question for staff to explore and hopefully get engagement from our employees and our educators, because I just don't want more confusion. And I understand why we want to do it. I wanted to do it, and I don't want to make it a confusing situation. So that we might need to think and mull that over a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. One of the answers made me think that it's kind of, if we don't get it in its entirety, then it's a linear, right? Is that, am I?
All pending board.
It's all pending.
It's all pending. Whatever amount whatever amount we have from the commissioners, the board determines how much of it goes to classified. There's the almost 7 million that we don't have a choice about, with the legislative increases, the insurance rate increases, the retirement rate increases. That's almost 7 million that we don't have a choice about. And then any amount beyond that, the board determines how much of it would be applied towards the classified salary schedules. The intent that we are modeling on is that the full amount is provided, so that we model on the full amount.
Valuable information to employees without creating extra confusion, and that is a delicate balance. And so, yeah, I definitely want to work with your staff and try very hard to have less confusion and more good information. But there's so many ifs, ands, and buts that's a very delicate thing to do.
Because I feel like this would be the qualifier on that final column that shows the implementation based on the schedules that Mr. Crutchfield, the mins and maxes that he's recommending. There would be a qualifier that says, this is your projected pay if we are fully funded by the commissioners and there is no additional legislative impact.
Right.
And
Right.
and the legislative raise should be on top of these amounts as well, right? The 3%.
And I definitely don't want to create any confusion on that either. I don't want to project a rate that the General Assembly might give, because I have in my 38 years, I've guessed what they end up passing only a couple of times.
Yeah. And I don't think we want to cause more confusion by sending out letters that say, this could be it. and then we may or may not, we don't know where we're going to land. And that feels almost similar where we were before. Ms. Rogers. And then Ms. Carter Alton, I think.
Yeah, thank you all for this presentation and for so much of that clarification. My question now is about us approving this in concept. If we were to approve this model in concept, would we be able to see a better model of, value is not the right word, totals and bands of employees on at certain pay points once the Board of County Commissioners have approved their budget? Would we be closer to the correct model if we approve it in concept?
I think approving it in concept allows us to move forward with creating the individualized projected salary documents. And it is a projection. Anticipating full funding, anticipating no additional impact from the legislature. And what we would have to, I mean, you'd have to create behind the mins and the maxes. You'd have to create how you're going to place the employees. So that piece would need to be created so that you're placing the employees based on their years of experience, which I think this board has committed to and wants to make sure is implemented as a part of any new salary schedule in terms of how you place them. So then you've already got that. You have that information and you can see it.
Thank you. Yeah, but that's exactly what I was trying to get at. What are the advantages of going ahead and approving it in concept as opposed to the disadvantages of approving something that we might be uncertain about? But that's where we are in this process.
Ms. Carter Alton.
I just wanted to clarify further that if we were to put out before we can put out the salary intent forms and project what somebody's salary is going to be, this board has to then make another decision, which is where to place people. That would not be tonight. Is that right? Or am
I think that that would be staff work because we would create, for lack of a better term, the steps between the mins and the maxes that Mr. Crutchfield is proposing. And we would use the current years of experience of a staff member to place on that. But per Mr. Crutchfield's examples, there are some places where the placement on the schedule and their current years of experience might be more or less than what they are currently making. But no employee will make less than what they are making this year, next year, no matter what. And it should be at least 3% higher because of the legislative raise that's already in place. So a person who has 10 years experience, who based on Mr. Crutchfield's mins and maxes would be making more on the new schedule with 10 years of experience, would see on their projected pay stub that new higher salary. A person who with 10 years experience in the category on Mr. Crutchfield's mins and maxes is less than what they're currently making with the 11% that was recently given, would keep the 11% in what they recently given. And then you would add to that the 3% that we already know the legislature is coming. So I guess the shortest way to say this is everyone's getting 3% no matter what. But some will get more depending on where they fall in the mins and maxes of the schedules.
okay? So y'all would approve the schedules, or y'all would create the schedules, and you don't need board approval of the schedules.
We're not actually we're creating proposed salary in projection forms based on mins and maxes. But those mins and maxes, well, I mean, technically at some point, the board would need to approve that, the schedules. It's the movement between them and it's the movement between them. And no, actually, you can't approve those schedules until you know what the money is that you have, right, Mr. Crutchfield?
Yes, all we're asking for is that you approve the concept of having the salary study minimums and maximums, the job category placements, you're moving from your old pay grades to these new job category grades, and then allowing us to implement a projection of either their current pay or what the reclassified pay would be, whichever is higher.
Okay, so you're deciding where to place them on the schedule, and then later we have to develop board policy that determines how people move across the years, whether it be steps or whether it be percent increases. That's board policy that's required there.
Correct.
So, sorry, as you were saying that, Mr. Crutchfield, have you all yet modeled the 1,300 impacted or classified employees, or 2,200, however many are impacted by these mins and maxes? Have you modeled to see what percentage of folks are going to stay and get the 3%-ish, and how many are actually going to move significantly, hopefully because of these new schedules? And
We have the raw data. I have plugged that if-then scenario into every single employee's current status based on a spreadsheet that Ms. Ojijo created. So it would be a very simple task to determine how many of the 1,300 would be at the 11% and how many would be above the 11%. I have not done that math, but it's easy to do.
Now, I think we could bring that back.
yeah, I was just hoping that it would be a lot of people getting significant raises. And so I thought that on a percentage basis would be helpful as we move forward.
Additional questions, Mr. Valladares?
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield, for the analysis and bringing the lower and higher bands, pretty much the structure that you think is feasible for this district, anticipating that 3% or whatever it's going to be that we have to account for. I think what I'm sitting here with is because one of my colleagues brought to mind the big painful lesson we just had about even the question about the number that we're going to be asking the county for, which is 8.8 million, and any variability with that, which you explained really well about, it's still going to be within that range. I think my concern right now is that taking action tonight on something that is not yet feasible for a lot of employees doesn't feel fair. And I also understand the practicality of approving the structure, the idea, the concept tonight so that the rest can be formulated. But I think that the omen is on us this time. And from now till forever, to be very clear about what is happening, even if it might be intuitive for folks to look between a minimum and a maximum and figure they're going to fall somewhere between those two points. But the admission that we didn't have a good number the first go around when we tried to implement the salary study, that ended up being a different number, and that there was so much confusion and people got letters that they made plans on. And anything about letters going out to our employees without all the clarity of a projected, like the letter needs to say in bold, this is a projection. And it's not confirmed until we figure out the money we're getting from the county, figure out the money we're getting from the state. So the letters, all of that needs to be very clear that it's a projection. But I think like taking action, I'm not convinced that we have to take action tonight. I feel like I'm not convinced that we need to take action in order to even formulate that. I think the whole concept can be built out with granular data that is beyond just the concept, but actually what that looks like, where folks are going to lie within those ranges. It might take a little bit of time. I don't know how much time it'll take, but that's just where I'm sitting right now.
Just as a point of understanding, the concept of pay ranges is not the same as approving these pay ranges. The concept of pay ranges are saying, for the purposes of modeling, we're using these minimums and these maximums to determine these projections. But the actual adoption of pay ranges and schedules would need to come later. But we cannot model. It would be, we can't model, we cannot create projections, statements for employees without having at least the mins and the maximums and then dividing between. So not approving the pay ranges and concept does not, staff can't proceed with creating projected paychecks, like projected stubs, because there's nothing to project on.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I think that where I'm with is communication. We have communicated to the community. We have communicated to the community that we have a concept of where, what are the ranges. So we've already put forth that communication. We gave a couple of examples. Folks said that they want to see more examples, and I understand that. But based on even the concept right now, I don't think that voting or not voting on it tonight will I understand that if we vote on it tonight, then it's concrete and people can project based on that. But knowing what those boundaries are, like we already know the milieu of where we are. And I think that projections can still happen with modeling that is going to use that information. I understand the technicality of a vote, but I just feel like there's a way to do that second step. If our admins felt like, that's something that they're ready to do. I mean, ultimately, this is what we're working with, the ranges that you gave us. The 40%, 45% to 50%, maybe some people will be 55%. Those are things we can work with. I think those are things that can be modeled because it's already information that has been shared.
I mean, I think staff can absolutely, without any board vote, take these pay ranges and mins and maxes and create the documents we're talking about. We could do it without any board vote, but I think that the only, one of the negatives or potential pitfalls of that would be I guess what are we deferring? What is it what is the decision that's being deferred? Is the decision that's being deferred that you don't want to use pay ranges? You don't want these pay ranges? Do we know that already? I think that's your discussion.
Miss, do you?
I just have a follow-up. I'm going to tell a story. I'm going to take 3 minutes. Can somebody time me? I don't want to take more than 3 minutes. I'm going to tell you a story. The story that happened is that we, for many years, heard from classified staff. I want to shout out instructional assistants, but it was also everyone else who told us we need to raise our classified staff, years of compression, injustice, and we wanted to do justice. But we got a consultant and they brought a plan for us that did not include everybody. I'm going to walk that back. They brought a plan to us that included recommendations for part of our staff. But when it came to private years, there was still more work to do. It was on us, right, to make sure that all of it was robust. And there was a number that was given to us that was supposed to cover the classified plan. It did not actually, the accounting was not on point with that. And we sent out letters based on, we did all these communications to people that really got people really upset. Letters that went out because we did a vote, and that vote essentially locked that in. Even if we didn't know what the impact would be, we locked ourselves in through a vote. And so I'm so sorry, but like this vote tonight, even if it seems menial, it seems like it's based on a concept, it's not locked in. Even if it seems that way, because of the level of stress and uncertainty that people have encountered, it is on us to make sure that everything is crystal clear. I'm talking to the level of granular detail where we are building the infrastructure that is saying people will be paid between this band and this band. And that might mean you fall somewhere in between. You might fall, you know, if you're an interpreter, you might be here, you might be there. I mean, there's all kinds of variabilities. I think exposing the plan or like showing kind of more of that granular detail is at least what I feel like the community is owed. And it's, the omen is on us. It's hard on us. I understand, because making projections on things that haven't been approved, I understand. Process. I understand that efficiency and process matter. But in this case, there's hurt and there's lack of trust. And that's where I'm saying there's nothing precluding us from taking the model further into the granular pieces. And that's all I have to say. I don't think that there's any agenda to say that the work that has been done is not legit. I would not do that to our administration. I know they've been working really hard on this. And I'm not saying that to Mr. Crutchfield. I have thanked you publicly before for stepping in and helping us with this. We need help. And I thank you for helping us. I just feel like we need to build this out and show people to the level of how it'll impact them.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. I think the question for us tonight is approval of in concept or waiting, right? We have the decision to wait. Ms. Carter Austin.
I appreciate all of those comments. I wanted to clarify, it sounds like if we vote on this tonight, it's allowing y'all to move forward and model so that we can see more and our staff can see more, but it is not binding the minimums and maximums even. Is that correct? Or does it bind the minimum?
It does not bind the minimums and maximums. We're just talking about the concept of salary ranges.
Right. So that feels not so scary to me. Because I do feel like I would like some more time to be able to look at this. I was trying to compare the other districts in the compensation study to the ones that are in here, and so far it does look good. Not all of them are in there that I was interested in, but so I'd like to look at that more before we finalize everything. But I would like for this board to have more information, and I want to give that to our staff so that they can start making even preliminary plans. I do think we should be very cautious about, as many of us have noted, about how we word that, because I really don't want folks to feel that we're going back on our word. But if we can put it out there in a way that clearly communicates that this is pending funding from these different sources, then I would be in favor of that.
Ms. Chavez.
So, I want to comment on this discussion, and I have maybe one question. So I think what Ms. Valladares is talking about is accountability and the hyper need for accountability at this moment. So a question is, what does a vote bind us to if we could still change things? Like, what would we be voting exactly to do?
I don't want to get tied up in the vote thing, actually, because this could be not a vote. It could be just a thumbs up to say proceed with the modeling. It doesn't have to be a formal approval of anything. It could be just a thumbs up to say, yes, proceed with the modeling based on the information you have right now, create more detail. We could certainly give you a draft of what one of these would look like before we send it out so that you can take a look at it as well. That's on you. It does not have to be a formal vote, I don't believe. I think it just can be a thumbs up on proceed with the modeling.
I think what staff is asking for is direction, right? So if, yes, we like the mins and the mans, or actually, can you go look at these other job descriptions and see if you can shift those mins and maxes? Like, it's the direction. And then I think the next piece of this, because we're almost talking about these two decisions that are intertwined together, is how do we administer the pay year after year after year? And that policy is coming after that. So I think we need to make sure that we're clear on what direction do we want to give to staff. I mean, there are mins and maxes on the previous schedules. We just didn't look at it in the same way, right? But are we saying this looks good for now, proceed? And we can change it later. we have lots of good news from lots of good places, we might relook at those mins and max and say, is there opportunities to move based on what we see here? But we do need to give staff direction. We need to give them feedback on what we see here and what shifts or changes we might want to see. These are all only classified. Yes. Inspire.
So
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry. Ms. Chavez had a.
I just wanted to say where the documents are posted, though. They're in actually the budget discussion, if folks are looking for the documents rather than in so the attachments, there's lots of them there, and the one I'm looking at the most is BOE number 19, the one that has the maximums and the minimums.
Okay, that's helpful. I feel comfortable with a thumbs up to give direction. And I also wanted to ask, and say thank you, Mr. Crutchfield, for working on this. And, yeah, just really appreciate, the detail that's been presented so far. What is the range of years between a min and a max? I see on some of our salary schedules on our website that it goes from 0 to 33 plus. But what would be the range that you would say should go between those years? That gets at a question that was asked earlier. And then also, like, if someone has beyond that, like 40, 45 years, where do they?
And I just want to clarify that steps do not equal years. I'm
Thank
looking
you.
at Dr. Lassane for that. I think we equate them to the same thing, but they do not mean the same thing. And so we need to be mindful of that.
But I do think that the best practices ranges between minimums and maximums between 40% and 50%. Mathematically, that would allow you to have 31.5% steps that would fall within those minimums and maximums. And, you know, in places other than school systems in North Carolina, very, very few entities will provide experience increments of more than 30 years. So, you know, that's just a little bit of best practices information.
Thank you. And that's helpful. And then when we talk about steps don't equal years, don't steps equal years
Well,
in DPS?
That is all, well, Dr. Lassane has answered that question. But you're talking about past. If we're talking about future, we need to create a policy on what do we want to do,
Okay,
right?
gotcha.
So in the future, it can be everyone is placed here and there's a percent that the board decides every year. You get additional 5% stat. That's what we're including in our budget proposal. I'm just making up numbers, okay? Sorry, just making up numbers for examples, y'all. But let's say that that's what we're going to include in our budget proposal. We go to the county and we say county. And so wherever you got placed this year, people know they just get additional money on top of that, right? And it wouldn't be as clear as a step, right? But that's the policy piece that comes next around how do we want to administer the schedule, or not the schedule, excuse me, administer pay in our district. Dr.
I
Lassane.
do want to say that, like I told you last year, in the past, DPS steps have not been consistent percentages. They've been all over the board. So a year for a teacher, for an instructional assistant, has not been worth as much as a year for somebody in a higher classification. So one of the goals in my mind is to have you have a policy that makes sure that a year or a whatever you call as credit is consistent no matter where you fall in the pay classifications.
Thank you.
And I would just also add not only the concept of what we do moving forward, but also historically, if you look specifically at years of experience, that has not necessarily been consistent over time. And so as we're taking hard lessons learned and we're moving forward, we want to modify our language about a step equaling a year.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically.
Thank you for clarifying all of that and working on the consistency piece, and we'll continue to do that so that we have a consistent way of having recognizing steps. The other thing I just wanted to note, and this is in the Q&A document. I appreciate all the questions asked by my colleagues. And there's one about the demographics of classified staff. And I just want to note this information that of the classified staff, 67% are Black, 15% are Hispanic and or Latino, Latinx. And so that is 80% of our staff that are people of color, 1% Asian, 17% white, and 74%, just about 3/4, are female. And so what that says to me is that our classified staff is largely Black women and women of color. And so I want to note that when we're talking about raising the salaries of this group of employees and how important that is. And we do need to have this, we do need to fund this. This needs to be funded. And so I am excited to move forward with this and do look forward to seeing the, giving the thumbs up here so we can move forward with the modeling and see exactly what it will look like. Thanks.
Ms. Rogers.
I do look forward to the modeling, and I look forward to the discussion that we'll have if we don't get all of our ask. Because what makes me the most nervous is how we scale this. And I know that's going to take a lot of time for us to figure that out. And I appreciate the work that y'all are putting in to get that done. But like, I'm really nervous about what scaling this looks like.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump in and ask a few questions. And I think to your point, Mrs. Rogers, I'm like, staff, let's really consider how do we want to, what this, if we, and I was the one that asked for the individual letters, but should we do that? Not being clear about where people might fall, right? It's all pending this. They might just say the board is working to increase staff salary or increase classified staff salaries, and we're fighting for this and more information to come. I don't know the answer, but I think we need to think about that carefully. Mr. Crutchfield, in your proposal for staff members who, when we do this modeling, they are above, so we're gonna, I'm trying to find the example that you gave this, you're gonna freeze people. Well, no, not those people. I'm talking about like example number 3, not the 40 years people, but example number 3, where that staff person, no, actually, I'm sorry. We're going to example number 2. As a data manager, that the 11% over the 2022-2023 was actually higher than in this proposal. So would that person stay at the higher, and then whatever the salary administration that we do go on top of that? Because, or would that person end up getting frozen, knowing that in the past we've had people freeze and that was not a good thing?
No, the 11% or the greater, the greater of the 11% or the reclassification percentage is only for placing somebody within the range. All regular salary increases or experience increases approved by the legislature or the board would go on top of that.
Okay, that's helpful for me to hear. And then as new people come into the district, we would have kind of policy that would help know where to place folks on the schedules. And if I am new, but I would fall into this same category as someone else who was here for the 11%, all things equal, except I'm new to the district and the other person had been in the district for a time period, would there be a mismatch in their salary? Does that question make sense?
Completely understand your question.
Okay.
And it's something that every district has dealt with forever.
Okay.
It is trying to strike the balance between, you know, how you have paid folks historically versus how you're bringing people in who are new. And I think that's what your HR director was trying to tell you, is that that's not always been consistent. And I think every district has varied in that. In Winston-Salem Forsyth, we've had as much as 4 different criteria for how we bring new employees in. And I don't think you need to hamstring your staff completely if they need to change, because each market can be different. If you're having trouble getting qualified employees, you can't hamstring your staff by saying they only get this much credit for their experience. But what you do is you set it in policy, and then you change it when it's deemed necessary. You change your policy, not a practice.
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. That's helpful. I think there was another question over to my left. Ms. Wyatt?
Mr. Crutchfield, I don't have a question. My understanding is that this concept proposal, this model is for classified staff, but there's a subset that we made different decisions on. I just want to bring it back to context that coordinators and directors, in the past, we did a separate vote for that. And I just want to, be clear. This concept that you're building is not for coordinators and directors. They were dealt with in a different vote. 7% is what we decided to vote on for coordinators and directors. But if I'm wrong, this is your time to also, I just want to bring that into context that there's classified staff that are coordinators and directors who got a 7% increase. And yeah.
This proposal is not for your coordinators, directors, or other administrators. It's just for your classified staff. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield.
I have one more question. I know there were some folks who did not see their job titles listed in the list that we have, and there probably are some of the specialized kind of positions that we have within DPS. If they have questions about where they may fall, what their mins and maxes may be, how should they go about getting those questions answered?
So I'm going to assume that if we are creating the projection forms, they will see the title that translates to what their current title is based on the new framework that Ms. Crutchfield is proposing. We'll have to do that crosswalk.
I would just add one piece also is keep in mind, we have a lot of work that we're doing in HR to streamline job titles. That is something else that has been all over the place. And so the key is the alignment of those salary grades, and our employees can also expect, as we move to syllogist, to see some changes in that naming protocol so that we can align and gain some other efficiencies between the work that we do in HR and finance.
Thank you. Any other questions for from board members? Or comments? Is there consensus that we would like the district to move forward with modeling on these? I see lots of thumbs up. People took that very seriously. All right, so there's thumbs up. And I just want to note, I think you hear our board wrestling with these decisions and wanting to make sure we get into the details to do this right, because we do believe it's important to pay our folks. We know that we've been under the market rate for a long time, and this will help us move in the right direction. And we know it's still not everything that we need yet. And we know it's also a proposal pending budget decisions from our future budget conversation we're getting ready to have, the county and the legislator. So I think we're in a complex time and we're wrestling with a lot of complex decisions. I just want to appreciate y'all for the rich discussion. Ms. Lewis.
So I did want to appreciate Mr. Crutchfield in this presentation as well, these pay ranges, knowing that it's not a blanket approach and really looking at the individual job descriptions and classifications. Thank you, Superintendent Moore, for even just outlining these are the steps, and some of them are interrelated, right, intermingling. So where we are, again, giving direction to the staff to do the modeling is the next step that's happening. I want to know where we're going to land with the letter. There's a letter, a proposal. Are we making a decision about that right now? There will be no letter.
I think maybe where we're landing is we need to see what it looks like and be sure that we're good with the clarity of the language and what it shows before we send anything out. And that includes the board.
Well, and do you think it would be helpful for folks to see, I know these aren't steps and these aren't years and these aren't anything, but more, you could walk it at a 10 and a 15 and a 20, or does that make it feel like steps too much, right?
There's gonna have to be a mechanism to take the mins and the maxes and place folks. And
Yeah.
so, well, that'll have to be something that people can see.
I mean, I think that would be helpful because people know what they have now. They
Right.
will be able to do I mean, we might even be able to walk them through how to find themselves on
Well,
that.
what I'm hoping we can show is, and this is what you guys asked for last time, if I remember correctly, 22, 23, 23, 24 as of October, based on the previous implementation, 23, 24 based on the March decision, that was 22, 23 plus 11. And then the fourth column would be the model based on the mins and the maxes that Ms. Crutchfield has proposed. So they could see the movement of what unfortunately may be for most people ups and downs in the last year.
Ms. Bidar.
My last comment is,
Understand.
sorry, Mr. Crutchfield, go ahead.
I do think it's important to understand that the way I have proposed to implement, every elementary school data manager who is currently in a grade 59 would be treated exactly the same as the one data manager in my example. The reclassification percentage is the same whether you have 1 step or 38 steps. And the 11% is the same whether you have 1 step or 38 steps. So there is no difference in the implementation rationale and logic, no matter how many years of experience you have within a pay grade.
But didn't we have so many people that were at a hold harmless kind of situation, or have we? Yeah.
This will address that because it'll take the years in terms of how they get placed on the schedule. This should address that because they'll be placed on a schedule and then move forward in accordance with whatever ends up in a salary administration policy.
I just want to tie this back to the legislative agenda. I'm so glad that we're going to have a little more time. But I think it's important to thank the advocates and also thank the people in the community who have, realized like I hear it all the time, we're going to lose certain specialized roles because we're not competitive, including industry. And there's a whole different ball game that is being played with the school systems and education in general, under value, underpayment. So I think the advocacy definitely is needed, especially around what's happening from the state legislature and also what's happening at the county. But I want to bring back the example that there was a state appropriation for nurses in academia. So if you were in a university setting, then there was a special percentage, I believe it was like, 10 or 12%, and it was given to hire nurses in academia. And I'm just saying, like, if they could do that for academia, I mean, we need this to happen to nurses in the school system who are feeling like they're not getting paid enough to work in a school system. And our kids need every single specialized role that we have in DPS. So just bringing it back to context about advocacy at all levels, including federal too.
I didn't hear any discussion today about mins and maximums, but I do hope in between now and our next work session, if you do have additional feedback, that you send that to Mr. Crutchfield. And maybe as a part of that presentation, we can open it up at first to talk about discussion on mins and maxes and any shifts that we might need to make there, and then move into the policy proposal. I also think it might be helpful that the policy proposal brings examples of what this would look like for the board. Because what I'm hearing too is we need some really concrete examples. Here's a chart. Here's how this would move. This is how this would look, in a way that can help us make sure we can make meaning of it. And also I think would help the public make some really good meaning out of what we're working with. All right, we can move forward. Thank you all. So let's go to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. Have a
Thank-
good evening.
Thank you. All right, so the next item on our agenda is a budget discussion, adoption, and potential adoption of our budget. Ms. Superintendent Moore.
Good evening again. So if we will go ahead and move on to the desired outcome slide. Tonight, the board will receive and review some questions submitted regarding the proposed 24-25 budget. I did provide these in a manila folder for everyone because some of you like to write on stuff. And there are numerous documents attached online, so everybody can follow all of it online. And everything that we're going to be talking about is available online, but I made a copy just in case you want to write on it. After we discussed the Q&A, one of the things that we agreed to after the last meeting was that the board members could send questions and that staff would create a document that is the Q&A from the board that is also publicly posted and available for everyone to see the questions that were asked and the responses. We'll go through those. We've sort of chunked them and we'll go through them based on those categories. And then I want to just really open it up for the board to discuss any changes or revisions that you may want to make as in the 24-25 proposed budget. The intent for that would be to then entertain a motion or a vote from the board to adopt the DPS board proposed budget for 24-25. And that would be incorporating any revisions or changes based on the discussion that happens and alignment of board members. And then we'll review the timeline and next steps and what happens after that. Ready, set, go. Next slide. So let's go through the Q&A. The vast majority of the questions were about compensation. So, because that is really the focus of this presentation. So when we think about the questions, you know, some of this we've sort of addressed already through our conversation this evening, but I want to just, you know, bring it back through. The options for how to move forward. Details still have to be ironed out. Might the 8 million be too much or too little? So what I outlined earlier is once the board adopts a proposed budget, we move forward, but we have to wait until the legislature completes their work and we see the impacts on the budget from legislative action to then bring to the board proposed salary schedules, and that's usually around September or October, after staff has done the work of incorporating the impact of legislative changes and within the additional local dollars that we might get from the commissioners. So that is a normal cadence. And based on, in particular, what the legislature does and or what the commissioners are able to provide, the 8 million might be enough, might not be enough. But then we still would work within the total system budget and allocations to determine how to move forward. There were several questions about comparison to districts, neighboring districts and other districts. There's a link in the Q&A to the Hill study that did these comparisons across a number of pages and job classifications. That data is still pretty relevant. It was 22-23 data. A few folks have moved a little bit here and there, but that's the closest and most comprehensive data we have right now. Specific question about the minimum wage in the district. The minimum wage in DPS is $17 an hour, and there are a few categories in that $17 an hour range. Sub, before and after school care group leaders, and then CNS subs. So. A question about how to formally determine whether to move to a classified scale that works on percent increases rather than steps. That would be part of the salary administration policy that we're bringing forth on I think we even said here it would be probably September. So, I mean, not September, May 9th. So incrementally, if we don't, like if we decided we did not have, regardless of how much we get from the commissioners or what happens with the legislatures, we do not have 8.8 million to fully implement as we have planned, then it's actually pretty simple, as Mr. Crutchfield said. you take the amount that you can implement and reduce the percentages of the raises by to fit within that amount. So, it is not actually that difficult to do. And hopefully we don't have to do it. Question number 6, increasing the maximum for PTs, OTs, or any other categories to get them closer to competitor districts. So he did revise the maximums and the mins in his presentation from the 40% that he had initially proposed to now 45 or 50, in some cases up to 55. But he does not believe that it really increases the 8.8 million that we've put in place because there weren't any caps put on employee pay when we did it. Does the $8 million implementation include an EC differential for IAs? And the answer is yes, it does. They are on a different scale than regular ed IAs. There was a request to see some examples that is in an attachment as well. That attachment is actually in 2 parts. And so because the way that Mr. Crutchfield presented the mins and maxes didn't lend themselves well to doing a straight comparison. So what you see in the attachments is a scale that shows 22-23, 22-23 plus the 11%, and then at the Hill, and then the 22-23 plus 11%. And then there's a separate document that shows the mins and the maxes and the categories for Mr. Crutchfield to try to do some comparisons there. I think since staff is going to go back and do the work to look at what steps look like for 30 steps between mins and maxes, you'll have, once we get that done, they'll actually have a better ability to do those comparisons. The cost, and this is some requests that were made during the budget hearing specifically. $200 per month for ESL teachers. That estimate is around $192,000 based on a current staffing of 96 teachers. $200 per month for EC teachers and teacher assistants. So based on the current assignments for EC teachers, and this was teachers only, and we heard about that in public comment today as well. Teachers only, 287 teachers, that cost is $762,000. And then the classified EC, the IAs, those are dealt with in the classified salaries study with the differential in which classification they are in. I do not believe that it's $200 a month, but it is the differentiation happens there. Obviously it would be more than $762,000 if the board were to include all staff that touch students with exceptional that are part of exceptional children's services. Some of those categories are also part of the classified schedule. So I think, you'd have to look at, are you talking about classified schedule that touch students having the an extra $200 a month beyond what's in the classified schedule? Or are you only talking about certified staff or that are paid, not even certified, that's the wrong term to use, staff that are on the teacher salary scale? That would be looking at the extra $200 a month, and that would be beyond just EC teachers. So that number would go up if you want to broaden the scope of who is included in that. Additional $500 per teacher for the supplement, meaning $1,300 increase in supplement versus $800. So to increase to $1,300 annual was $4.93 million as opposed to $3.155 million. And that is an increase of about $1.8 million from what is in the current proposed budget. And then how many other North Carolina districts offer master's pay for teachers? Well, just one, right next door. Chapel Hill Carborough is seriously considering it, but it is actually just one. I'm on question 13 now. This one we couldn't answer without some additional work. Of all the positions on the slide, when we're talking about how many people work in DPS, how many are full-time and how many are part-time, the way our data input, entry, and software works doesn't make it easy to pull this data without printing out the lists of all of our 3,000 some employees, or almost 5,000 or 6,000, include everybody, and then go line by line and figure out whether the assignments are full-time or part-time. It also happens because people are split funded, they're across more than one location. So that makes it very hard to pull the data based on the existing software and input data entry that we have. So give me a few months, no. More time and we would get it done. So there were some questions about reducing positions and increasing others, and I think this was, one of the board members, I had a little bit of clarification about this question today. Most of the positions in the district are allocated through some type of an allotment formula. There is some work that needs to be done on allotment formulas, and I think we need to create an allotment manual for the district that provides more consistency and transparency around how schools earn positions. So we are working on that. But we've made some steps this year, quite frankly, because of the budget situation we're in, to begin that work. And that means, for example, doing things like ensuring that schools are being staffed based on what they've earned with the existing allotment formulas, eliminating positions beyond allotments that have been granted either historically or through requests in the past, and this is causing some heartburn. But we've got to implement the formulas we have and then determine the path and the funding that is available for anything beyond that. And that has not been a structure that has been well defined. So I think that an allotment manual that includes input, that reflects funds available, that provides the level of transparency so everybody can see what every school gets and how they get it and why they get it will be very helpful. And we just don't have that yet. So, and I think in particular, like when you look at EC programs, those, like not all programs are in all schools. And sometimes the needs, how many adults you have with students who are identified as EC can depend on what's in their IEP as well. So in those cases, you don't always have formulas. And then I'll just say, like another example with ELL, ELL is capped in terms of the amount of funding that you get, and AIG is capped based on the amount of funding that you get. EC has a little more flexibility because in addition to the cap, there are other sources of funding that can help fund EC positions like Medicaid reimbursement dollars, those kinds of things. But in most cases, there are formulas. And in some cases, the formulas are driven by ADM, the number of students. And in some cases, the formulas are driven by caps from which you then divide the number of students that you have. So, the question that was asked earlier about the demographics of classified staff, you see that in the chart there. The 1.5 million for building repairs and renovations, what would it cover? So folks, this is everyday normal maintenance. HVAC, chillers, repairs, trailer decks, the things that happen that need to be done. What happens now is you're putting out fires and the money runs out before the fires are put out. So, as I've said here, we're requesting an additional 1.5 million to be added. That needs to be like a 1.5 million request for the next 3 years or so. And then depending on the age of the buildings, what happens with future bond programs, et cetera, those numbers could change as well. But the projection we had initially was around $4 million, maybe a little more, would be needed to meet the needs of what we are currently seeing in a year. We have been able to do more in the last couple of years because of ESSER funds, and those funds will no longer be available, but the needs are still there. The question about projected revenues being down, that is the reflection of the ESSER funds going away. And then there were questions about, do we need to keep doing one-to-one, especially K1 and younger students and K3. So we are actually having conversations about whether or not we need to move back towards things like an option like classroom carts. Every 2 to 3 classrooms has a cart, and moving those around based on needs and planning for them, rather than having the expectation that every child at every grade level has a device. I think it's important to note that the costs that are mentioned here for the replacement of one-to-one, there are not funds identified to replace the current one-to-one that we have in district, regardless of grade level. So I think now is a really good time to talk about whether or not we want to maintain the one-to-one, especially in the younger grade levels. And we've gotten a lot of feedback from schools about whether or not that's necessary. You know, take them home, don't take them home, put them in the backpack, they disappear, show up on Craigslist somewhere. So with that nice DPS logo on the front. And so, but joking aside, we are in fact looking at whether or not we need to maintain one-to-one, especially in the lower grade levels. And we don't have funding to replace as needed in the higher grade levels. Did I mention that the focus in our budget ask is compensation? Okay. However, the need to look for continual funding for technology needs in the district year after year funding is a pressing need. Anticipated budget asks for 25-26, if all of you all will take your magic 8-ball out and shake it with me. We do believe that there may be some initiatives and best practices around discipline. We're bringing a presentation to the board on some discipline data sometime in the next month or so that happens annually. And I think what you will see in the numbers will beg that we take a look at what kinds of programs and initiatives we may need to put in place and how those would need to be resourced in order to achieve the types of outcomes, quite frankly, reductions that we need in some of our discipline data. As well as the Black and Hispanic Student Achievement Plan that has been slowly plodding along. We owe the board an update on that as well. There is a never-ending need for curriculum materials and resources. The amount, I think it is about $67 per student per year that the state funds textbooks with and instructional resources is insufficient to meet that need. Laptop purchases, and you see that we called it the modified one-to-one posture because we're not sure what that will look like. Continued focus on facility and maintenance needs, continued focus on compensation needs where we don't know where we're going to end up in the next, in this budget cycle. So I don't think that is a focus that will go away anytime soon. We do need to review ESSER initiatives. One of the questions that was asked by the board was to have a little bit more clarity on the ESSER positions that were being sunset. You do have an attachment as a part of this item that shows by categories the positions that are being sunset based on the ESSER funds going away. I do think because there wasn't like one position that was established as a need district-wide that was given to everybody. Schools were able to ask for things based on what their needs were. And so you see varying positions in there. I think a review of the types of positions and uses of the ESSER funds that was done by the schools needs to be done in the next few months to determine if there is something that is worth doing and asking and expanding, maybe, and having a strategy around, is it for all elementary schools? Is it for K-12? Is it for these schools or for this need? And that hasn't been done. So. And now I'm going to say something that would make some people really angry, but I have to say it as part of this. That is better. Doing the review of how the ESSER funds were used, determining the impact of the decisions that were made, and then being strategic about how you move forward with what you want to continue is better than trying to find the funds to continue what's already being done because we haven't assessed it. And then slide 5 is related to that as well, positions that will not continue in the 24-25 school. And so I talk a little bit here about the fact that we're asking schools to look at their actual earned allotments, to not rely on positions beyond formula, to not request positions that haven't been earned. We need a baseline around where we are, and then establish policy, procedure, structures for additional and funding for additional positions that would have to be locally funded. A couple of other questions towards the end. How to not lose necessary support for student success. Again, I think this was really a question tied on to really the loss of ESSER dollars and the things that were being done by schools. But what we have communicated to schools right now and central services is look at current staffing, current vacancies, current programming to determine if there are greater efficiencies that can be accomplished within the resources we already have, which is work that is continual and should happen all the time. And that is, and that is something that we're asking our schools to do as well. If they are no longer able to ask for an additional position or to implement a conversion that in the past has been allowed but is no longer allowed. And I'm not sure if folks recognize that, I think it was maybe 5 or 6 years ago, maybe a little longer, the legislature actually passed legislation that restricts most conversions. Like you cannot convert an IA to a teacher position. It must be used as an IA. However, Durham has allowed a number of conversions since that law passed, and you can only address those converted positions by using local funds. So you're straining your local funds and not fully utilizing your state allotments. We need to fully utilize our state allotments. Don't give them a dime back, not a penny, right? And then a question about pre-K seats. We are anticipating here that there will be 3 classrooms at Murray Massenburg and it's actually 54 seats because it's 18 per classroom. We are requesting 45 of those 54 seats from Durham Pre-K. And if Durham, whatever number, and the request that we have made in our budget ask is for about $760,000, that reflects the full funding for the 54 seats at Murray Massenburg. If Durham Pre-K, whatever number of slots Durham Pre-K is able to provide based on our ask, that will reduce that $760,000 ask. We have asked for 45. If we were to get all 45, that ask would go from 760,000 to 70-some thousand. Oh, was it 716? Yeah. 716,000 to about 70,000, to about 10% of that. But if we do not receive the entirety of the 45 slots that we're asking for, then there's sliding costs there. We are also adding Little River Montessori Elementary, and that it will be also a combination of pre-K and kindergarten students. So that one's a little bit different because it's the Montessori model. So. Yes.
Just a question of clarification for the Little River that is adding the pre-K. The allotments for Title I and the allotments for EC, are those, so are these seats in addition to those allotments from Title I and I'm just wondering if it's in addition to, or is it that those classrooms are EC and Title I?
Little River is not, Little River would not, I'm gonna let Deb answer that question.
Right, Little River will be filled through the lottery.
So it'll be, the allotments that are there will be a mix of, based on lottery. Can you explain that a little bit more?
What comes in through the lottery,
What comes
unlike the other pre-K programs, we intentionally set up 15 seats for what we call typically developing students and 3 reserved in those Title I programs for EC slots so that we're creating an inclusive environment and we have more control over that, unlike a lottery.
Yeah, Ms. Fadarsh, are you asking what the funding source is for Little River Montessori?
I'm more concerned about the distribution.
Yeah.
So it's more, I know that there's different funding, but I was, what is that ratio looking like? So 15, but then the EC would be three seats.
Yes. And that blended model is one that more and more pre-K classrooms are going towards because it provides an opportunity to have more students in a pre-K setting, and it allows for students with special needs to also be in a setting with typically developing peers, which is a part of what is expected through IEP and Child Plan. That's the Q&A. The documents that were attached, if there are any questions about any of those, primarily it was documents to help understand what was in the classified salary pieces and then the ESSER positions. So, and if we can go back to the presentation. Back to the money slide, as I keep calling it. The local funding request right now, if this reflects what is in the superintendent's proposed budget. And at this time, I'd like to sort of open it up to any Q&A about, or board discussion, quite frankly, for additional questions about changes or modifications to what's in the proposal.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore.
I know y'all are ready.
Board members, questions, comments? Before I'm gonna go to you, Ms. Lewis, but thank you and staff for answering and putting together and pulling together a lot of information as we're getting ready to consider this budget. So just thank you
Yeah.
and to all the staff who worked on that.
And I do want to acknowledge the comment that was made about how late this came out. We were getting questions as late as yesterday. And we did want to be fully inclusive of all the responses. And so I paced this hall a number of times in the last 2 days, and walked to people's offices around, making sure that we were ready, everybody, y'all know. And so, but I do want to just acknowledge, yeah, it was late.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, just starting there, I would like to just share my appreciation for this presentation and these FAQs. I enjoyed reading them and getting more understanding before getting to the meeting. But there's something about you reading out too that really helped. So thank you. And thank you for not naming any names of last minute questions either. I wanted to be thoughtful. And one of the things that you talked about that I was not something I had thought as much about before you were actually saying it was the need for an allotment manual. That struck me, and what was coming to mind was that there are different needs across the different schools, and we know that there was no ill intent for these allotments, but to get the needs met for the students in those schools. And as we are, it is important to have a plan to move forward to make sure the money's there. Did you want to say something?
Well, I think that for example, there are standard allotments, K-3, 4, 5, middle school, high school, program enhancement, art, music, and PE in elementary schools. But I think that there's also, there's EC, there's ELL, but there's also room to look at, for example, the district could create an at-risk allotment.
Right.
And determine what the source of funds would be for the at-risk allotment, what the formula and criteria would be for allocating an at-risk allotment. You could modify your existing AIG allotment if you wanted to go beyond the 4% that the state has designated. You'd have to seek local funds to do it so that you could differentiate that in another way. But I think the key really is creating the manuals and the systems and the structures, and then identifying the funding source year over year for doing that. And because some of those allotments do exist. You see schools that have some sort of intervention personnel and another school that does not have intervention personnel. It's usually because the principal has determined a way to use their existing allotments to cover that, or they've asked for it. Well, another school may not have thought to ask for it. There may be schools that you want to ask for it that aren't asking for it. So those are the things that we need to sort of level out. And I think you can do that through creating an allotment manual and a process that shows the baseline for everyone. And then you can be strategic and, quite frankly, align through your strategic plan priorities how you create other types of supports for schools.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to say something, Bettina? Chair, I'm sorry.
I did. I just wanted to jump on that and just think about, like, as we're figuring out these allotments, how do you throw that equity lens on top of that, right? And so thinking about, is it the experience of staff, thinking about test scores, thinking about new principal or seasoned principal. Like, there's so many different factors that we could use to go into that. Excited to explore that later, but I do think we should start that work in considering how do we allot based on lots of different factors.
And that's where I was going to go as well. So thank you for adding that. It is about, first of all, this is really about transparency and not secrecy of what's happening in different schools. This creates a level of transparency. And what I was going to say is, even though we may do it now, or the next board coming in may begin a process, but it makes sure it's revisited because growing together is make some changes in our schools. And we're creating more equity across our schools, no longer concentrating our lowest wealth schools as we are looking to, as we redistricted. And it's going to take some time to figure out what those needs are in those schools with the challenges that are coming. So I appreciate this allotment discussion, even though it wasn't initially part of the budget, but it's the transparency and it's having a plan and making sure we have money for it. With this presentation and with hearing about the budget and our public comments over the last few weeks, I would definitely say my prioritization for this budget is supporting our classified salary study. I do want to point out that it was my friend and DPS parent, community member, DPS advocate, and former DPS employee, Kelly Cosby. She gave me all those titles of who she is. But Kelly Cosby, she began bringing it to my attention when we were in the financial crisis, the demographics of the classified staff through her research of publicly available data sets, which led me to inquire Dr. Lassane, what are actual demographics? So thank you for that. Thank you, Kelly, as well. My prioritization to fully fund the classified salary study is for several reasons. Those who have been most disenfranchised by the state without getting consistent increases in salary, and we are filling in the gap for that. It is also, they experienced the greatest harm with this last study implementation, and we need to right that wrong. And bottom line, they deserve it. So that is my first, and probably everyone's up here's priority, but I just want to put that out there publicly. My goal and second priority is to keep highly qualified educators in our district and supporting our exceptional needs educators for greater academic outcomes and success for our students. One of the things that you mentioned from the FAQs, and thank you for whichever board member sent this one in about the differential pay for our EC teachers, I would like to add the $200 differential pay for EC teachers at that $762,000 rate. Based on the FAQs, and one of my questions is listed that in 23-24, there was a plan to cover cost of $475 for board certification, national board certification or renewal for our educators. I would like to bring that forward also for the 24-25 and in perpetuity, so beyond. I don't know if that funding was from already in our budget for the 23-24. It was ESSER.
Was it Esther? Yeah. I think it was Title II, wasn't it? Thank you. So Title II funds, which is a professional development federal fund, that's one of the things that you can do with it. So Title II funds do come in every year. It's not always the same amount every year, but I think right now it remains in the Title II budget for next year, doesn't it, Dr. King? So we haven't completed the Title II budget for next year, but we're not requesting funds for this.
Okay.
We anticipate that we could continue it through Title II funding.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that would not come through this local budget request, but through federal funding. I'm just making my preference known that be considered a priority as well. And that's it. For the 23, FAQ 23. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Any other question, Ms. Chavez?
It's getting late, so I'm just gonna cut straight to it. Thank you, Superintendent Moore, for this and yeah, all the level of detail, all of it. I'm not being very eloquent right now. What I would like to add to this is the $200 for EC, as Ms. Lewis said, as well as ESL. Yeah, I think that those two asks are reasonable, and they would be intentional asks for staff who support two of
the most marginalized groups of students. And it's important to send that message in thinking about this. Why is this so important? That's one reason in and of itself. They also, we heard a number of people speak on their experiences last week. And as a former teacher, I do, I worked with EC inclusion teachers, and I remember visiting the ESL, and it contained EC classrooms. And I think that a lot of times people don't really understand what those teachers experience, and what those students, experience, and what they need and everything. And I think it's important for us to try and put some resources specifically in those areas. I think it sends a message as well. And it is part of, those two groups are mentioned specifically in our strategic plan. So I think it's important to acknowledge that. And there are a lot of experiences that EC students and DSL students have that those students are supporting them in navigating. I think especially of our older immigrant students, our high school immigrant students who need a lot of support coming into this country, to the language, all of it, acculturating at an older age. There are many barriers that young people experience, and they're so brave for doing what they're doing in the first place to come here and make that journey. In any case, I think, people have brought that ask forward to us, and I'd like to see us add it. It's actually, it would cost less than I even thought it would, in my own little back of the napkin calculations. So I'd really like to see us push that through.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Any other, Ms. Valladares?
Amen. I'm sorry. Yes. I think that's the beauty of this board, that I think we keep equity, we keep consideration, and we hear from our community. So ditto. I do have a request for number 17, and I don't have any issue with us putting this in the budget request. But there's something that has been communicated to me over and over, including hearing from community members, that we have to be proactive about HVACs, and we also have to HVACs and chillers. And the request was this, because these are costlier, the equipment, they're costlier, that and because their range, their longevity, or how long they're going to operate, is quite extensive, right? And so the request is not to use our immediate available now funds to pay for something that we can actually pay for over years, meaning bonds, like the bonds that, using bonds specifically for these kind of purchases that are large, versus what it'll equate to is kind of forcing the community today, the stakeholders today, to pay for something that other people should be paying into with their taxes yearly, that they should be contributing to the pot. So it's kind of like taking the HVAC and chillers out of this number 17, and making sure that bond money is used to purchase these large equipment, and not, not the funds that are readily available today. Like, because these things can be projected, we can anticipate the life of these devices, and kind of be more proactive about figuring out when they need to be replaced, and use bond money for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put you on the spot, Mr. Johnson. I think there are expectations around how bond money should be used. Is that correct? And can you speak a little bit to that in HVAC system?
Yes, and you can, I guess, project on what will need to be replaced based on years. But sometimes we have issues like what happened at DSA. And, bond money might not be available to do that. So we have to use capital money. But part of that goes into the plan that was approved by the board, that we will come up with a list of projects that need to be done and prioritize them as far as when to get them done, when money is available. If there's another bond, we can designate some of those things get done. But yes, that can happen. But a lot of times,
I know.
we don't get a warning of when a chiller or it's gonna go out, so we just have to deal with the funds that we have available.
And that's a perfect answer. I think as much as possible as we can kind of plan ahead or as much as we can know, if there's, it's kind of nearing that end of the life cycle of that equipment, that request can be used through bond money and that way it frees up some of this money, for some of the painting or things that we can't use bond money for, like the immediate repairs like painting and, some of the other things that were listed here, like decks being replaced or,
And a lot of the 1.5 that we're requesting will go to day-to-day operations as far as, trying to get some of those things done in the schools. We've done a lot this year, but like Superintendent Moore said, there's a lot to be done with not a lot of money.
I wouldn't shortchange any of that number. It's just more of, if needed, maybe the HVAC, like if needed, based on these emergencies that happen, unfortunately, from time to time. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Valladares. I think the other thing, if we had a very consistent bond schedule, that also might be something we could look at differently, but we haven't had created that in Durham. And so I think that's why you also see this need for these capital needs more regularly with that as well. Ms. Byer, did you ever? Ms. Carter Alton.
I was, Madam Chair, just recognizing the late hour, going to make a motion to approve the budget as presented with the addition of the $200 month supplement for the EC teachers and ESL teachers.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Carter Alton, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Sorry, I was trying to write and talk at the same time. Not good at that. Okay. I have questions before we move to motions. About the $200 number and staff. I know this request came from our Durham Association of Educators. Have you had time to kind of understand what 200 looks like in comparison to other places? Yeah, like is that the right number?
So, I am aware of one other district on the coast, I believe it's New Hanover, that provides $200 per month in addition to the local supplement that's provided to all New Hanover teachers for what they call hard to staff positions. And so I don't know if that's, if that information has informed this request, but there's precedent for that amount being the request based on what New Hanover County has done. And other than that, I think that some districts offer more to special education IAs and special education teachers by through an additional, some sort of, in IAs, they do it by putting them on a different level of classified staff. And for teachers, they do it by providing an additional supplement. I think I've seen $126 somewhere. I can't remember what county that was, but the highest I have seen is 200. So, and again, I just want to say, I think a differential like this is good to contemplate, regardless of what you're looking at in terms of a salary schedule, because of the needs that you have some folks doing, but it is also something that competes with potentially additional staffing, right? So you have to, so, I mean, it's like, I want to put ands between all of these statements: additional salary and additional staffing and increased supplements. There's a lot of ands there, but they all somehow end up competing sometimes against each other. But we would, if our salaries structures as funded by the state were in a better place, these would be better conversations.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think I want to just offer, in my talking about our priorities, educator recruitment and retention was my #1 priority. And I think in order for us to fulfill our mission, and it's our charge as a public school system to our students, we need really great people in order to do that. And the longer that those folks are in those positions, oftentimes we see the increase in the ability to navigate and do the role. And I think we know that money is one reason why people leave the profession, but we also know there's a host of other reasons why folks leave the profession. And so as we're moving forward with this request, I do want to ask our district to get really bold and courageous and visionary on how we create better recruitment and retention communities and pathways for our folks. We can pay you more, but if you are burnt out from more work, that might not work either, right? If we do not have the number of staff that we need to carry the load, if we haven't reimagined how we do, paperwork or whatever it is to help make sure that people can stay in community in Durham, I think we can put money on an issue, and that's important. I support that, but I think we also have to do the other work to make sure that the communities and the learning places that people are working in are places that they want to be in. So I think you can't do one without the other. We have offered raises and bonuses in different positions before, and we've seen that have some success, but not great success. So it's got to be a twofold thing that we can approach. And I would love to see Durham Association of Educators and other folks get in a room and start thinking about how do we shift the conditions that people are working within as well. Money is one piece. We got to address the other piece at the same time. So thank y'all for letting me put my comments in there. I can ask one more question. I think this is similar with master's pay. As people are coming in and out of our district, how are we planning for what might be increases or shifts for these budget priorities, I guess?
You mean if we were to like quadruple the number of teachers with masters in DPS, how would we fund that?
Right.
We'll figure that out.
Okay.
I hate saying figure it out because I just think that's not a good way to do business, but I think that the other things that are happening at the same time, like being tighter on the allotment processes, being tighter on how we manage our local budget, allows us to then be able to withstand, for example, that sort of an influx on a short term, and then request fundings to maintain it in the long term.
And this question just came to me, but I would love this number too. We based it on teachers that we have or positions when we did this, like positions, EC positions, or was it EC teachers?
That's a good question. I think it's based on positions, not. So you would probably want to add some 50 or so.
Currently 65 EC
Okay.
teacher vacancies right
Yeah.
now.
Is that on AppleTrack?
65 on AppleTrack teacher vacancies.
Yeah, I would want to still verify that because sometimes those postings don't come down when they should. But clearly it was positions, not vacancies, not positions, right? Vacancy, not what doesn't include vacancies. Current positions or actual filled or not?
Current filled position. So there's an additional unfilled positions that
Yep,
we need
yep,
to get
yep.
the number for.
Yep.
Okay. And that would be the same with ESL, correct, right?
Mhm.
Sorry, Dr. Wilson, did you?
I just want to say, when you're looking at those in AppleTrack, keep in mind that we still have a process we have to do to set the positions for 24-25. So since we're still in 23-24, you still have some things that will change if it's a new position for next year or
Yeah.
whatever that may not be posted yet.
Yep. And so I would just say that given that, it may be that a request might be more of a round number here, like $1 million, that would provide some of that flexibility based on the vacancies that have not been calculated into this. And I mean, that's one way to go at it.
But that's kind of a, so I appreciate hearing everyone's equity lens that we're bringing to this. And wholly support the superintendent's budget that you have built for us. Look forward to advocating for every dollar there. And I know that we can do that together with our community and justify all of it. I'm more interested in finding a round number for anything additional we add for staffing and letting you work with HR and the CFO to bring us best practices of what that might look like to, with that equity lens, right? And considering whether that's $1 million, whether that's $1.5 million, whatever you all think that needs to be, hold that placeholder number while you all go figure out what our hardest to staff folks are, whether there's folks we haven't thought of, what the parameters for, is it EC special setting only, or is it those resources? I mean, we don't want more confusion around something else that we're trying to do good about. So I'd appreciate y'all taking some more time to help us get it right.
So just to that point, and I'm gonna parrot back what I'm hearing, and I'm gonna move the number to like 1.5 million to provide salary supplement for hard to staff positions. I think we have to be at least specific about a part of it with some framework that comes to the board behind it that doesn't have to be here right now, but we know that we're talking about hard to staff. We can speak succinctly to examples that we already know what they are. Because I think we also have to recognize that in bringing this request to the commissioners, whenever it does, you know, they've seen the one number already. They're going to see a different number. We need to be able to explain what that number is. And so I would refine and say whatever additional we're asking for would be to provide a local supplement for hard to staff positions. And within that, use both the equity lens and what we look at with vacancies and the work that's being done on most marginalized or vulnerable kids. And then the final disposition of that would still be up to the board.
Thank you for that. So I do see a kind of, oh, go ahead, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. And thanks, colleagues, for all of your feedback and your priorities. I'm really appreciative. One of the things that I wrote down as we were going through the question and answer was the creation of the allotment manual also. I'm really appreciative of hearing about that work going forward. This budget is very ambitious, and I'm really excited about going forward with this ask. I am struggling with additional funding requests because it feels like the 11th hour, because it feels like we could upset the apple cart a little bit and bring us back to a place where we're saying, okay, we need to do another salary study. I don't want to go there again. Not right now anyway. And I don't want to pit employees or certain classifications of employees against each other. I am also concerned that the supplement is not reimbursable from the state. So like it's solely relying on our local funding to source. And that concerns me because we're already stressing our local funding options. And I want to recognize that we have not named everything in this budget request that we could possibly want for Durham Public Schools. We talked about a supplement for bilingual employees that we haven't really gotten enough information about, enough data, or even know if we have processes in place to evaluate if employees can come in and do the bilingual work that we need done adequately. I also wrote down number 17. I want to make sure, like Chair Umstead requested at the public hearing, that we have a deferred slide and that we're asking for the capital needs that we need for long term.
I just need a point of clarification on that. So, like a place in the board's proposed budget that goes to the commissioners that includes the deferred needs.
Yep.
Okay. And if there is a presentation that goes with it, that be a part of it also.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't sure how you're presenting it. I do want us to continue to evaluate all the things that we've talked about, but I want us to I think about the programming and what Ms. Moore said about the programming that we're doing and not being able to evaluate whether it's effective or not. And I sort of feel the same way about the supplements and the bonuses. And I don't know if what we have been doing is effective or if it's had any impact on the turnover rates, on the higher rates. And I'd like more information before we move forward doing that. And so that may mean, if the board is agreeable, to not add the 1.5 or add that 1.5 and just be very clear that it's about I'm up in the air about where I feel on that 1.5 add. So.
Thanks, Ms. Rogers. Ms. Chavez.
So, all right, I think I'm very clear. I want us to add this $200 for EC and ESL teachers to our budget ask. I think it comes back to the purpose of that ask. It is not just about hard to staff areas. And I don't feel, although I am interested to know what are other hard to staff areas. I know that EC teachers is one area. I think it's not just about that. It's about uplifting the work of those who work with two of our most vulnerable populations. When have you seen something in the budget that is focused on EC and ESL? Like, it hasn't happened yet. Even with the salary study from last year, it was supposed to bring up ECIAs. We didn't even anyway, we did, but we backtracked. Now we're here.
So, but in the new salary schedules, there is differential for ECIA.
Absolutely. Yes, let's acknowledge
Or the
that.
new proposed.
The new proposed, but we haven't done it yet. It's not current. Yeah, we're asking for teachers, but it's not in the March. It's not in the March salaries. Is it in the March salaries? ECIA differential pay. Okay. We haven't done it yet. We haven't done anything yet, even though we had an intention to for EC and ESL. So I think that I'll say this. I visited a high school last year, and the principal said that I asked about the Latinx population, and the principal said that probably since the beginning of the year, this was mid-year, it had decreased by like 2% because kids left. They stopped coming to school. Those are ESL kids in high school. And we need to put money toward that. I think I'm glad that DAE, and all the people who came and spoke to us raised it up. I want to put it in our budget ask. I don't need more information. If we go toward, looking for, I'm interested in, hard to staff areas too, but that's not just what this is about for me. So that's it.
Okay. Ms. Cardalton.
I feel the same way. For me, it's not just about getting teachers in the classrooms. It's about compensating them for the work that they're doing to serve these vulnerable students. And this is not even enough. And it's not even all of our EC staff that I would like to give this supplement to. We say we're equity focused. We have in our strategic plan goals to improve outcomes for our marginalized students, and yet we can't even dedicate $200 additional a month towards teachers that teach these students. That just does not make sense to me, or to just reframe it as hard to staff positions. So I still think this is what we need to be doing.
Ms. Valladares.
I'm also in support, and I think that ultimately the funding is coming from the county, right? And so if they decide not to fully fund, that would break my heart. But the main thing is that adding this, I mean, folks have asked us to be very bold, as bold as we can be. The buck does not stop here. The buck continues till it gets to the county and they actually give us a final approval. So I'm in support.
I think this conversation is also highlighting for me the need to like do some work to understand what we want to address, right? If we're talking about addressing student outcomes and we want to increase compensation in order to help increase those outcomes, then we got to look back at our data and look at all of the outcomes that we need to improve. So I think it's just, the conversation is surfacing for me, the work that kind of needs to be done on the other end to consider the whole and consider, will we also give, Math 1 teachers an additional supplement because that's an area where we need to grow, right? Like, I think what is the rationale behind how we approach these decisions is what I'm thinking about. So I'm not saying that that's what's surfacing for me as we're having this conversation, and how do we get a rationale that feels good for the board to approach these decisions with? That's what I'm thinking. I would support putting in just a number ask and having the time to go back and think about how we approach this. I think there's a question of, is it just teachers or is it facilitators? Is it everyone? Because the new request came today about everyone who supports EC students, and that shifts a lot. And so how do we just like get some kind of clarity on what we want to propose here? And that feels important to me, so I would prefer that number. I think the other thing I also want to note for all of us, this is an ask. We're putting numbers into a big ask. The county will fund $1, and then we're going to have to come back on the other end and make decisions around how much that is based on the legislative budget and all of that. So we're talking about individual items, but really we're talking about a big pot that we will make decisions about on the other side of. And so to me, adding the 1 million or 1.5 gives us an opportunity to think about how do we increase our pot and talk about priorities too.
Are you saying 1.5 for ECESL and then decide what staff within that?
I would say 1.5 for staff to create a plan to address needs, including ECESL or hard to staff positions. And staff would need to come back with a plan on what that would look like.
Okay.
So, sorry.
That's what Bettina is suggesting.
The motion on the floor is for the $200. So we'd have to vote that down if we wanted to, right? So I'd like to call the question.
Well, we can amend it also. based on the
Yeah, we
discussion.
could.
If you're, I say
Friendly
we're open
amendment.
to amending it. I think we're discussing our positions on why we may say yes or no to this.
Well, and the other thing that came up just in this conversation was that some districts have their supplement for ECB higher. So I'm just not even sure what the most effective use of any funding we would get would be until our staff has some time to kind of dig in and work on it. So I don't think I haven't heard anyone opposed to this kind of idea, but I do think it needs a little more time to get the finessing of it. That's all.
I think the idea to me of, it feels watered down to pass it on and then say, maybe it'll go to this group that did. I want it to go to staff who directly support EC and ESL. That's what I'm going to vote for. And, that's what I would like to see. And I guess I also feel like with looking at data and all that, I mean, I think there's something to looking at, like, I think we should always look at outcomes and what we get for the resources we put into something and all of that. I've seen the data over time. I think that's why this touches the things we have heard and the ask that was brought to us just makes sense to me. I don't need any more explanation. I've seen what these, I've been a teacher, I've been in there, and you all have had your different contacts with schools. We've seen the data in front of us, so.
Is someone interested in proposing a friendly amendment to the motion that would ensure that this includes EC and ESL staff and be a certain amount, 1.5 million or something like that?
I think that's what I proposed. That staff would come, because the other question would be, is it percent? Is it dollar? How do we, there's a lot of ways to consider this, but I would like for staff to have time to think about it. Ms. Murchison, do you have a proposal for us how to move forward?
I have two comments. There's been a request to call the question, which does require a vote with closing debate. The other recommendation I would make is that there is no such thing as a friendly amendment. With all due respect. So I think if we are going to, if we first call the question and have the vote, you can do a motion to amend. And anyone can do that. And then you have to have a vote on whether you want to amend the original motion, and then we would vote on that motion. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers, it was you who called the question? All right, so can you restate your original motion, Ms. Carter Alton?
Motion was to approve the budget as presented with the addition of the $200 a month supplement for EC teachers and ESL teachers, certified staff.
Can you say it one more time?
The motion is to approve the budget as presented with the addition of the $200 a month supplement for EC teachers and ESL teachers.
Okay. EC teachers, ESL teachers, $200 supplement is what we're asking for, which based on the numbers, I think is about $800,000.
192 plus 7, whatever that was. So
I hadn't pulled it up. Oh, so just kidding, I'm way off. All right.
Based on current filled
So, like,
positions.
That's based on the,
Current
right.
field
yeah,
position.
that's current filled positions. So I think that's like 915 we said. Yeah. So I think that's where the notion of $1 million to make sure that it was covering vacancies. And it could be that the final number that is that request could be pending based on looking at vacancies as well.
So a motion to amend, Carolyn, can I make or not?
No, we have to call the question.
And so
It closes debate. It technically, when someone calls the question, when everybody has had an opportunity to already weigh in, and everybody has, I think, in this case, it immediately closes debate and requires a vote.
Okay, we got to vote. Yeah. I'm just, in my mind, I'm like, anyway, okay, let's do a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, please use the same sign. So it carries. 7-0 is what it sounds like. Looking just to see. Okay, we can do another motion. They would need to fail to do it.
Well, so if I could just ask for a point of clarification. The vote now seemed to be in assent to voting for the $200 supplement for EC teachers and ELL teachers. And the amount is not part of that vote. So staff will need to bring a final to you on what that amount would be. And I don't think it has to be a vote because you've already voted on it. Unless, and I guess the only thing, I don't want to complicate this, would be, do you want one amount or do you want amounts and options? What do you think? EC teachers and ELL teachers and
only teachers is what you said, right? Only teachers.
she said teachers.
It would seem to me that, Ms. Byer, there was another motion that you would like to make. That
Amend.
an additional consideration be given to X might be a motion that you could make that the board can consider that would give the administration more options. So if you wanted to expand what it is that you're considering or how you're
Do an
considering it,
additional
you might be able to do a separate motion to add that to what's brought back.
yes, that is exactly what I was thinking. I was trying to make a motion that we direct the administration to bring back a plan for $1.5 million in additional funding to include additional supplemental pay, not specifying how or what amount for EC, ESL, and other hard-to-staff positions with an equity lens. Is that fair? I don't know.
Moved by Ms. Byer,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Rogers. We might have to watch it back to get more clarity and talk a little bit more about what that means for staff. Any other discussion?
Question, clarity. Is that 1.5 million? Is that the number you gave?
1.5 million was the number.
Is that on top of the already, it's in place of?
Inclusive of.
So it gives more money, 1.5 million. And you're also given the condition that is for exploration of which positions.
I'm trying to broaden it. If I had been able to make discussion earlier, I would reflect that one of the worst votes I thought we took was when we randomly raised bus driver pay ahead of our staff doing the work. So we meant well. We were desperate for bus drivers, but we raised it ahead of what we had modeled out and could afford. And so in doing good, we did harm because perhaps this batch here, we didn't think of the resource
people that
teachers
were
or
in
the
that
other
same-
people or we just didn't think of everything because we didn't staff it out. And so I want us to broaden doing good and the people that are doing exactly the equity work that I've heard everyone talk about. And so that, and I don't know that one needs to be bound to a flat $200 a month. If you're an experienced teacher, it might be we up the supplement. Like that might be a better long-term strategy to compete with other districts. I just want more flexibility for staff. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, and just in full context, the bus driver raise was to keep people from going on strike, as was happening in other counties, so it was a necessity. And then we decided to do the classified study to be more inclusive, classified salary study. I am interested in doing this motion for hard to fill positions, as I see it as an incentive. And I think we can mull out the details, whether it's EC, ELL, and what it looks like moving on from here. I don't want to get caught in those details, so we're not going to decide that right now, and we don't even know how much we're getting, but I'm comfortable with moving forward with the 1.5 million inclusive.
I have a question then. Then are we saying like it would be, so EC is like 800,000 or whatever, and then ELL, ESL teachers is like 200,000?
I don't even
And
think
then-
I don't even think we have enough data. We have this one FAQ that they kind of really quickly pulled together. That's my current. So like they may find that we didn't account for it right, and I'm trying to give enough wiggle room to actually be able to do it and include
And I
people
think
that we-
I think what you're asking though is staff to come, they can bring back 200, but they also might bring other recommendations that might be better or align better with the needs of the district. That's what I'm hearing. You could bring options, $200 a supplement as one, but maybe other options. The need to address these areas feels clear.
Okay. My question was not about the specifics of the numbers, just as an example. But then are we saying like this covers everything we just voted on, yes on, and the $200 and then whatever else? But then how does that,
So
we just voted that it
So
was.
this is what I think I need, and if I could just have a minute, this is what I think I need to bring. Based on the first vote, we do need to calculate $200 for EC, $200 for ESL, and include the vacant positions and have a total number there. If the second motion is voted on and passed, We would then also bring to the board the use of the entire 1.5 million, if that is the amount. But I think that it should, the minimum it would include for ESL and EC teachers would be $200 a month. We could do more for experience, more than 10 years or more than 20 years. That would be the differentiator. And/or other hard to staff positions that we would identify in the interim. But I think at a minimum, it would include what you've already voted on.
Thank you for that.
It's been moved and properly second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, use the same sign. Passes 6-0. Thank you all for that rich discussion on the budget.
I'll ask council just to be sure. They do need a motion to pass the full board proposed budget with the additional 1.5 million as the other motions have included. Yes.
Move approval of the superintendent's proposed budget with the addition of 1.5 million for previous motion.
Close enough.
Second, we moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Carter Alton. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Thank you all for that discussion. Next, this budget will go to the Board of County Commissioners who will have to have discussion. And then in the slides, there was also a presentation with the timeline. So people interested in hearing that, please, or looking at that, please review the slides. Or the next item on our agenda is a closed session.
Move we go to closed session for reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Byer, that we go into closed sessions for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, use same sign. Passes 6-0. We're now in closed session. We're back in open session. Superintendent Moore.
Like to request approval of the action portion of the personnel report.
Move approval of the action portion of the new hire personnel report.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. And passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned.